Aloha kakayaka. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's Maui County Cultural Resources Committee meeting. Can we please take roll call?
Okay, we could do roll call. First of all, Chair Kamanu,
Present.
Vice Chair Mather,
Present.
Commissioner Arakawa,
Present. Aloha.
Commissioner Kapu.
Chair, just a reminder, everyone remote should state their location and if there's anyone else there with them, just as a reminder.
Okay, this is Kemoko Kapu. I'm here by myself.
Okay, again, Commissioner. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Aloha kalmai. Aniha Arakawa. Commissioner Arakawa. Alone at my office in Kahului.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Poi Poi.
Attending online at home in Puko'o, Molokai by myself.
Thank you, and Commissioner Conley Kapoi.
Aloha, I am at my home and my daughter is in her room.
Okay, thank you. That's everybody.
Okay, mahalo, Jacob. We have a few things today for our agenda. Before we start, we should open public testimony.
Well, Chair, I think what we can do, let's see. I think we can take public testimony. I'm sorry. You can take that when you call each agenda item up, I think. So I think what we could do is go to the first agenda item, maybe hear a presentation from the applicant, and then go into public testimony, and then move forward with questions to the applicant, and then deliberation and decision making. If that's okay.
Thank you. So let's start with agenda A. Contested cases, agenda A1, review of plans for renovations of the Old County Courthouse building located at 150 South High Street, Wailuku Ahupua, Puali'i, Komohana Moku, Maui Mokupuni. Is there any presentations at this time?
This is Kavika from the Planning Department. I'm not sure if we have anyone online for this agenda item. Is anyone online for this agenda item?
Hi, Kavika, it's Wendy. My camera is not working for some reason, but I do have Katie McNeil, our architect. We don't have a formal presentation prepared, but she can summarize the scope of work for the project. Go ahead, Katie.
Oh, then, Chair. Sorry, Chair, because this is a contested case, I think you'll need to swear in each person providing testimony, whether it's the applicant or a testifier. So I think you could say, do you promise to tell the truth in this matter? And if the person can say yes, and then give their presentation. And then similarly with public testifiers, you would need to ask the same of those testifiers. So I think for now you could say, do you swear to tell the truth in this matter? Have whoever is giving the presentation say yes, and then move forward.
Okay, thank you so much. Presenter Ms. McNeil, do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
You may continue.
Okay, great. Well, aloha and good morning, commissioners. I'm happy to present this project. I'm hopeful that you are aware of the Old County Courthouse. It's part of the historic district of Wailuku. It is the original building, which was built in 1908 of unreinforced concrete blocks. And then it was expanded in 1968. As Wendy said, we don't have a formal presentation, but I do have some drawings. I'm going to try and do some technical and share. Let's see, just to give you a sense of where we are. Do you see my screen, commissioners? Okay, great. So you you should be familiar in Wailuku along High Street. It's at the corner of High and Wells. It's the former Circuit Courthouse. The building itself has most recently been utilized for the prosecutor's office, but a couple of years ago needed to be vacated for health, safety, welfare repairs. So our office was engaged to do those repairs, as well as bring those repairs into compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards, which we proceeded to do. The exterior is a small repair of areas that cause some safety issues, particularly at the windows. There's some wooden windows that need repair. We're maintaining the fabric of the building, and also any additions are in compliance with the historic character of that building. The additions are very limited to essentially railings to increase the safety around the building. There's a series of window wells that have some railings today, but we're just raising them to be more safe in that general area. We're also addressing some accessibility concerns with those railings and bringing access to the backside with some handicap access and a ramp into the building. The building itself is 2 levels with basement. So the interiors are being renovated, and those renovations too are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. We're maintaining all the significant spaces within the building. If you've ever visited the building itself, there is a main entry hall that is going to be retained in its historic character, and the courtrooms, the spatial recognition will also be retained while being adaptively reused for office space, for personnel services, as well as some training for the county's use. So we're looking forward to bringing this beauty back into use for the county's purposes, increasing the health, safety, welfare of the building. We've added sprinklers for the interior and improved the air conditioning systems. The building itself, we have submitted to SHPD, just might be of interest to you all, just kind of the full identification of the work. They've reviewed the implications of the work. We will be recoding the building, so it be refreshing but consistent with historical color choices. And I'm getting some feedback, so apologies. The roof was replaced in a previous renovation, so very minimal roof work, just some repairs. And then the interior office spaces, kind of a relayout of those uses, as I mentioned. Let's see. Yeah, this is the main entry into the lower area. It's a lovely lobby area. The historical character will be retained, and the signature grand staircase up to the 2nd level. And we really look to reutilize the layouts. We've improved the bathrooms for accessibility, for example, and improved the staff wellness by adding kitchenettes for their use. So that's the lowest level, and then the upper level is the next page. You can see there's very minimal new partitions that are being added. And as I said, we're going to be repairing the exterior windows and adding some doors. So that's the extent of my presentation. I'll turn it back to Wendy if I missed anything. Thank you.
Noki, thank you. I have nothing to add, and appreciate your consideration for approving this project so we can like Katie said, reuse our former courthouse. Thank you.
Mahalo, Mrs. McNeil. Right,
you.
at this point, we're going to go into public testimony, open public testimony. Is there anyone online who would like to testify?
Chair, I see no one online or in person wishing to testify at this moment.
Mahalo. Commissioners, do you have any questions for? Oh, sorry. Public testimony is now closed. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the presenter or anybody who's presented?
Chair.
Go ahead, Jen.
Mahalo, Ms. McNeil, for your presentation and your general overview. So you're with G70, is that correct?
I am. I'm a
Okay,
principal
mahalo.
here in architecture.
Mahalo. Yeah, thank you for taking on the kuleana to renovate this historic property. I just have some questions. So the plans that you folks presented and submitted on the record, I scanned it. I didn't see anything that identifies any individual elements, or it does identify individual elements that are going to be like repaired or removed or reinstalled, but it doesn't have a list of character defining features. Is that in the document somewhere and I just missed it?
We did, as far as character defining features, I think they have been well documented over the course of the building registration, both Hawaii and National Register, and it has significance. It was nominated and put on the register, and we are adhering to the Secretary of Interior standards so that those character defining features are retained and repaired appropriately. We're working, I neglected to mention, we are on our team working with Glenn Mason of Mason Architects. He's our historic architect, and everything that we have been working with SHPD and with the repair and refresh of the building has been done in concert with Glenn. And he actually did the 1980s renovation of the interiors. So he's very familiar with the building as well. So character defining features, I think the building itself in kind of short form, I guess is the best way to say it, is that the 1908 building, which is the front portion, is that the exterior. So the windows and the columns and the all the details are being retained. Where there's some spalling of the windowsill, which is a cast concrete. We're retaining that profile when we repair it, for example. When we get into the interior, I mentioned that the main space of the lobby area with the grand stair, that's considered character defining. We're retaining all that material and not utilizing it in anything other than a circulation space, which was its original use. For the courtroom areas, we've retained the space. We're reusing them, but there's some wainscot and molding that define that space where we have to repair it because it's been damaged. We're approaching it in the same way, utilizing the same profile of the original wainscot. So you're going to retain that sense of the courtroom from the original use. So this has been presented to SHPD, and SHPD is in concurrence that no historic material is being affected by this renovation.
Okay, Mahalo. Chair, one more question. Actually, when you said Glenn Mason is your architect, I was like, okay, fine.
I could have stopped there.
Yeah, you could have stopped
Thanks,
there. But thank you for that. I guess the other question would just be about your BMP, your best management practices, because we know that right here on Wells Street, it's a downslope. So if some of your renovations are going to take out material from the internal structure, having that be such a historic property that there's the potential for like asbestos or if there's any canic in there, which there probably isn't, but like arsenic and all of the dangerous things that we saw come out of Lahaina. And then if there's a heavy rain event over here, we just know that all of that water just goes down that road. So what are you folks doing so that that doesn't impact anybody down this street over here, especially at Wells Park, where it will like basin?
Sure. Well, any road work, there is some road work at Wells Street will be subject to and the application of BMPs around that work. So any retainage for earthwork and will be downslope, like you mentioned. And those BMPs have been included into the project's scope of work and specifications. For the removal of hazardous containing materials, we have Enpro Environmental on our team, the engineers for environmental engineering. Asbestos is one of the materials that has been identified in the building, and so any hazardous material will be bagged and processed on site before being properly disposed of, and that also is included in our specifications for the work.
Okay, mahalo. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Mahalo, commissioners. Anyone else have a question?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kapu.
Yeah, hi. Aloha, Commissioner
Aloha.
Kapu of Lahaina. Well, as we speak, just so happened that I'm right in front of the courthouse. But I think one of my main concerns is, the narrative, the right, correct narrative that should also be utilized when rebuilding this area. Because there's a lot of history that actually disappeared in this area. Hopefully that G70 be concentrating on the overall cultural properties model of the whole harbor and not just look at why the courthouse was situated in this area. I just wanted to add a little bit because we've been in from day one, the debris removal, especially for the courthouse and a lot of things that happen in here. It's good to know that G70 has started in the commercial area, but I just want to encourage commercial becomes secondary when you're looking at the integrity of the courthouse. That a little bit more historical narrative of this area should be implemented as part of the plan too. Because if we're only going off, CCNRs and recommendations on today's way of how we need to apply for permitting, then that's when we get caught up in the politics and really start to forget about the true integrity about this whole area, especially the harbor. Knowing the harbor is the first port of call over here, what was designated around the harbor and how it relates to the courthouse itself. I just wanted to add that maybe a little bit more mana'o to G70's agenda when they're looking at the recovery plan for the courthouse to turn over every stone possible to make sure that the right narrative is being used, not just bringing back the mascara, but everything that is in depth that has a lot to do with the history of Lahaina Town as well as the harbor. Just wanted to add that. Mahalo. Thank you. No further recommendations. I know it's too early in the game, but definitely we need to go forward, and because I think the courthouse would be the beacon pertaining to everything else that everybody is having a hard time, especially in the planning department, putting together the permitting so we can all go forward. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kapu. Commissioner Mather?
Sorry, Commissioner Kapu, I think what they're talking about is old county courthouse here that we're sitting next to. Your mana'o, if I'm correct, was for the Lahaina Courthouse and Customs House. Is that right?
Yeah, well, sure sound like I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, that's for sure.
all valid and on
Uh,
the record now for us for when we get to that Lahaina Courthouse.
Well,
I think G70 is working with that, right, with the Royal
okay,
Complex.
that's why I
So
got kind
lots
of
of stuff.
confused.
Okay,
Yeah,
Mom.
so
We
that's why I
were
got
too. We
kind
were
of
like, what are you
confused. I
doing?
know.
Just come inside the room. Okay, mahalo.
Okay, no, mahalo for that. Well, same as for the courthouse in Wailuku. I mean,
Yeah.
let's not run away from the true narrative of the history of the place and why it was recreated. So, mahalo. Kalamaya o kako.
I'll leave it
I
here.
appreciate that.
And yeah. And mahalo, yes. When we get to Lahaina Courthouse, we will definitely again seek your knowledge on that part. So mahalo. Any other commissioners have any questions or comments or opinions? Go ahead.
Aloha.
Go ahead, Commissioner Arakawa.
Mahalo for your presentation or run of the courthouse. I just wanted just a clarifying question, and thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for those clarifying questions as well. Can you remind me or give explanation to the intent of use again? So training for county use, but would it be used as a courthouse again? And then also, I guess second layer, what's the timeline you folks are looking at once approved?
Thank you, Commissioner Arakawa. The purpose, so it had been used as a prosecutor's office, so it stopped being used as a courthouse some time ago. Prosecutors have moved out, gives us a chance to renovate the interior, and the Department of Personnel Services will be moving in, and they'll be using it as their office space. The training room will be used for use by various county agencies.
Mahalo.
And then timeline is that we are in for building permit, and then once we are approved for building permit, we'll be going to bid.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Mahalo, Commissioner Arakawa. Commissioners, anyone else? Seeing none, let's move on to our staff report.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I can make a motion. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Poi Poi.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe wasting time, and sorry about my curiosity, but I was wondering if there was any alternative name, or like, is there a name for the courthouse instead of just old Wailuku Courthouse?
I guess we've inherited that name from the county, so I don't have. I think that's the only name that we've referenced it to. I'm unaware of whether the county has considered other naming opportunities.
No, just checking.
Yeah.
In my mind, I'm thinking similar to Honoapiilani. If get a name to the building, because if not, then that's cool too. Just will have that as like the reference point, right? And then more waste time. Just personal sentiment. I got married on the courthouse steps, so it does have some significance to me as well. And I went to court, but Judge Randalu married me and my wife on the stairs, and it was a beautiful windy day with nobody around. All right.
I love that story. I mean, that would be wonderful to see, some of that's told within the building itself. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Poi Poi. Go ahead, Kavika.
Mahalo, Commissioner Poi Poi. This is Kavika from Planning Department. We'd have to double check on that, but we would have to probably update the nomination if you wanted to like change the name and have it recognized as something else. So we can look into that a little bit more, but appreciate them on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavika. Commissioners, anyone else? If not, we'll move on to staffing report.
I think I have to make a motion Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
So I move to approve the project. Yeah.
Second.
Do you want to hear the recommendation from
Oh,
staff? I
yeah,
think that's
can.
the next step, and then you could potentially do a motion. I think it's okay to hear staff recommendation.
Testimony?
Yeah,
You already did,
you open
yeah.
and close testimony. But yeah, if you want to go to staff recommendation, I think that's good before a motion. You could do that. Or not if you don't want to, but I mean, you've all read it. So if you want to hear from staff, you can. If not, you can just move forward.
No, okay. Yeah, we can go ahead and anybody want to hear the staff report first? Seeing none, then we'll move on to Commissioner Mather.
Okay. It's only like 2 pages of staff report, right? So, so I move to approve the plans as presented.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Mather, second by Commissioner Poi. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. See.
You could ask for no's just in case, but it looked like that was unanimous.
Sorry. Unanimous vote that we approve with the plans. It is approved. Is it?
Very good. Thank you for your time.
Mahalo. Mahalo, everyone. Sorry, I just came back from Yapana, and so the timeline in my head right now is kind of slow, so kalamai. Moving on to new businesses. Nameho. B1, food and beverage and non-food merchandise sales for Lahaina Homecoming event as part of the Maui Economic Recovery Commission Healing Journey Working Group located in the County Historic Districts 1 and 2 and various TMKs and road right-of-ways. Open testimony first.
But Chair, even though this wasn't listed as a contested case and looking at this, because you're the final or one of the final approval authorities, I would recommend treating this as a contested case. I would then swear in anybody testifying. But I think the process is pretty similar to the last item. I think you could have swear in the presenter, hear a presentation, go to testifiers, and then if there's any further questions, you can ask that of the presenters. But I just figured I would note, because CRC approval is required for this, you should treat it as a contested case out of an abundance of caution.
Okay, sounds good. Do we have any presenters at this time?
Chair,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Before we do anything, for the record, I just need to disclose. I think I may have to recuse myself for this item because I serve as the Pelikikena of the Lahaina Hawaiian Civic Club, which will likely participate in the Lahaina Homecoming event. And I'm okay, so I'm a volunteer. I don't get paid. There's no conflict of interest there, but there might be the appearance of conflict of interest because we may take part and we may sell things at the event. It's usually to help with expenses for like convention and things like that. So I'm not sure if I have to recuse myself, but just to let you know and disclose for the record.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea to recuse yourself for that one, because if your organization may be selling there, I think we would still have 5 members, so we could still proceed. We would need a unanimous vote, but yeah, I think you should. I'd generally advise to recuse and not participate in deliberations, given that your organization may be at this event. So I think we could get a Board of Ethics opinion down the line if out of curiosity for that, but I think generally that's good practice.
Mahalo, Commissioner. Thank you for disclosing that.
I think you can. Yeah, we have 5 members, so we still have quorum, and that's enough to vote. You would need unanimous for approval. I think you could ask you could swear in the first presenter and have the presentation first, and then after the presentation, go into testimony, just like you did for the last item.
Okay, mahalo. So, welcome. If you could please introduce yourselves, and if you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and yeah, and then you can do your presentation.
I do. My name is Jordan Hart. I'm with the County of Maui Office of Recovery, and I'm here with Daryl Fujiwara, who's a member of the Healing Journey Working Group that's part of the Economic Recovery Commission. This is a County of Maui request that's being made on behalf of the Economic Recovery Commission Healing Journey Working Group. To back up a little bit, the Economic Recovery Commission is a grassroots organized initiative that was started by DBED, and it's made of community members with various projects that they're pursuing in support of recovery. The Healing Journey Working Group is one of those, focusing on wellness, community cohesion, connecting people with social services. And I'm the liaison from the Office of Recovery to that group, and Daryl is a member of that group. This proposed event is an idea that comes out of that group, and then it's sponsored by the County of Maui. With that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Daryl to present.
Thank you, Jordan. I have a short deck to share with everybody to kind of show the impetus and how this all kind of came to be. So, oh, it's not showing up really nice. Boo. Let's see. Okay, that looks a little better. So what he had shared earlier, we are creating a beautiful event called the Lahaina Homecoming. Our group is made up of members of the community from Lahaina, Mikey Burke, who's my classmate, 2001, Nicholas Carroll from Hawaiian Council, Courtney Lazo, Blake, and Nestor Ugale, who's with Kaibigan ang Lahaina, also sitting on this commission with us as partners and not actual members. We have Council Member Tamara Paulton, as well as Jordan. We have Jade Rojas Letisi from OED and Kekupa'a as well from OED. And we are being facilitated by Kimberly Thayer from SR Partners. Jordan had shared our goal as the Healing Journey. There's a bunch of different commissions. I think there's like 13 of them. And they all focus on different things like water, jobs, and ours is on the healing journey. And I was actually brought in to be kind of like a consultant to share, because their focus in trying to heal the community was through events. And I coordinate many events here on the island of Maui. Most recently, I brought back the Maui County Fair last year, to name a few. But prior to that, for the last 20 years, I've come to this commission for approvals for use of the banyan tree for the Kamehameha Day Parade, for Prince Kuhio celebrations, for Auntie Emma Sharp's Hula Festival, all of these things happening in our Lahaina town. And so this group wanted to do that too. They saw that all of these gatherings and events heal the community on a mental level, on a physical level, and even on a economic level, right? Because we're including all of the small businesses and people in Lahaina who have been impacted that have art or they have food and they want to help contribute to these events. And that kind of brought us to our third Saturdays, which we started at the Lahaina Methodist Church. I also coordinate Wailuku First Friday, and when they opened up the harbor for use, our committee was a little hurt because we saw that the visitor would be using the harbor. They would be going back to the town first, essentially. And to balance that out, we created this third Saturday to bring the locals back into the town. We understood, though, that when we did this, that these areas are very sensitive to people and many are not ready to come back, but we wanted to be ready and have a place for them when they are ready. And we've seen wonderful numbers joining us from February till now, upwards of 300. And it's been wonderful. The vendors are being supported and getting, making business. We have wonderful entertainment, mostly Lahaina entertainers. And this kind of got us into more conversations. This working group talks a lot. We have a standing weekly meeting. It's like a lot of work. It's a lot. And I don't usually like going to meetings where you have lots of ideas, because I'm like, if you're going to bring an idea, you better be ready to execute your own idea. But these ideas were so good and they're so wonderful for our Lahaina, I had to help do it. I had to help execute them. And so out of this, we were talking, and another family had moved away from Lahaina. And we were all a little disheartened. And one of our members shared, well, my mother married a guy from a small town in Texas, and he goes back every year to his small town for this homecoming event. And we were all on the Zoom, like, stuck. Our faces were all stuck. We're like, what? We need to do a homecoming too. We need to try and bring our friends and families back home. And so that's kind of how we brought this idea to life. Jordan was sitting there, council member was there, and we were like, we have to make this happen. Jordan came in and brought in funding to help us get it off the ground for infrastructure. But basically, we want to just bring people home. Yes, we want to help support the economy and all of the people in Lahaina. We know that music is healing. We have components for Keiki Zone to support and take care of our keiki. But really, it's to bring our community home, and we're doing just that. We, in partnership with Hawaiian Airlines, we received miles to bring back 80 individuals. 4 families of 20 is how we kind of measured it, but we couldn't tell people no. And so we are now at 103 individuals coming home to Maui for this event. And we are currently booking all of them. It's been very interesting and exciting. And it's drummed up a lot of different emotions for our community members who are just realizing now, because they're like, their cousins are calling them, we're coming back, we're gonna see you soon. And it's really raising these wonderful emotions. So we're excited to see that it's working and it's doing exactly what we want it to do. And we realize they're not gonna move, a lot of people aren't gonna move back right away. And we want to do this event in the long term to continue to remind everybody to come home, remind them what's important about community and why we love them. We have planned 3 days of events. I know we got really ambitious. And so we're taking out the weekend of July 17th to the 19th. We have daytime programming as well as evening programming. On Friday, we have a career fair at the Cannery Mall. And this is to bring, when we bring the families home, right, they need to have a job that can pay for the mortgage, pay for their bills. And so we want to connect them with careers and opportunities to do that. In the future, we want to do some for housing, right? Like bringing realtors together to be able to show affordable options for them to come home. And those are some of the bigger vision things coming forward when we're thinking about bringing people home. That evening, we are sharing culturally with Kaibigang on Lahaina. They're going to do their Palenque night. So our commission looked at many different other events to partner with, just like the Bon Dance. Jodo Missions is usually in July. It's typically this weekend. But because the Palenque was closer to this actual weekend, we decided it was very fitting to join them and partner with them. So the first night will be the Palenque night. And then Saturday, we will do our third Saturday at the Methodist Church from 10 to 3 p.m. And then we'll move over to our event space in Lahaina Town. And then on Sunday, we'll return to Lahaina Town again, 5 to 9. One of the questions that came up from the community was, where's the parking going to be for this, right? If we're going back to Lahaina Town. And I'll show you the map where the event is happening. It's basically encompassing the area around the banyan tree. We are not going to be using the banyan tree park at all because of safety issues, but all of our vendors and our keiki activities will be surrounding the park, and then the main entertainment area will be at Campbell Park. So parking will be in all of those areas around there. Shaw Street in front lot, Kamehameha Parks lot, the Prison Street lot will be used for kupuna parking, the Lahaina Honganji's lot, the Aquatic Center lot across from the highway. We will be using a shuttle to bring people over that will be looping around to bring people over. We are still waiting to hear back from Waiala Church. They have to meet with their board, and we are waiting to secure the Baptist Church, which is the biggest lot and will be most helpful to us. I have a map. The main access areas to get into the event space will be at Prison, where that blue rectangle is. And then the other one will be from Dickinson, if people want to walk in through there. And as I shared, Campbell Park will be our entertainment area. We'll have seating, we'll have a big stage. All of the blue little rectangles are for seating. We're looking to make sure everyone has ample places to sit. The yellow are all of our 10 by 10s. And of course, they have 10 feet in between, regulated by our fire department. And then the lower area by the harbor is going to be our keiki zone. And so those tents or those yellow squares will be used for those activities. Our committee wanted to share some photos with you that I went and took the other day, just so that you can get a fresher view of what we're looking at working with. This area is, I think, the most safest because it's already being used by the harbor. I think out of all of the areas in Lahaina town, this might be the safest and cleanest, only because it's being actively accessed. This is Campbell Park. Lahaina Restoration Foundation has taken such good care of this lawn. It is fluffy and green for everyone to sit down and roll around and enjoy for all of the entertainment that's going to be happening. This is a photo of Front Street in that area. So all of the vendor tents will be on the street. They'll be facing outwards with their backs facing the tree so that nobody would really go into the tree area. This is down Hotel Street. So as you can see, we'll be moving those barricades over to block the tree and access to the tree, and then people will only be utilizing the streets. And this is Canal. We'll also be moving those barricades to make sure we're blocking the trees access. And then this is Wharf in the front, where we'll have our keiki zone, and we'll have more tables and chairs for parents and family and friends to be able to relax and watch their children from a safe distance. And that's the end of my presentation.
Mahalo, Daryl. Mahalo, Jordan, for coming, and thank you for your committee for creating such a wonderful event. Mahalo. At this time, I'd like to open public testimony. Is there anybody here, is there anyone online that would like to testify first?
Chair, we see in person we have Councilmember Paulton, and then online we have Kimberly Thayer, followed by Keiko DePont.
So yeah, in the contested case, the testifiers will need to swear to tell the truth, and then they can be asked questions by the applicant and then the commissioners as well. So, yep.
Aloha. Could you please introduce yourself, and do you swear to tell the truth?
Sure thing. My name is Tamara Paulton, and I swear to tell the truth. Thank you for your service and the opportunity to testify today on the Lahaina Homecoming. I stand on my written testimony. But I wanted to add, since even before COVID, before the fires, Lahaina was dealing with a lot of people not able to continue to survive in Lahaina. And a lot of people moved throughout Maui County, throughout Hawaii, Pai'aina, and even to the continent and other parts of the world. But after COVID, and then especially after the fire, that problem seems to have really exacerbated because there aren't places affordable to live. Like even the low-income housing recently got a $200 rent increase. So, there's a lot of people struggling there, like starting August 1st. And if we need rental subsidies for low-income housing, that's where we're at. So, the other conversation that's been going on a lot is when is Lahaina Town going to reopen? And while we don't have, the exact answer for that, I think the more important question is how is Lahaina Town going to reopen? And this in contrast to the harbor opening centers, the people from Lahaina, you know, that were born and raised, have lineal descendant connections and like that over the industry of tourism. Of course, you know, it also provides for economic opportunity, but the focus is more so on the people of Lahaina and not just economic recovery or the tourism industry. And, you know, before the fire, my office used to be at the old Lahaina Center, and a lot of times go to Foodland for lunch, and I would be like, oh, I gotta go to Foodland for lunch. It's gonna take me an hour and a half just to get through because of all the people you see while you're getting your spam musubi or poke bowl. But now I wish I would take an hour and a half to go through Foodland to see all the people from Lahaina. And I think that's the most important part, you know. We just want to see people's faces that moved away. I saw one of the videos of the folks coming back is a family. One of the boys used to be on my kids' crew for paddling. Their whole family ended up in the water on French Street, and as a family of like 6 or 7, they had to move to the mainland like a couple months after the fire because there's no place easily found in Maui 2 months post-fire for a family of 7. And so bringing all these folks back will be a real healing experience. And I think the historic cultural district only has meaning if there's people that understand that meaning. And I think the people that are coming to this event will understand that meaning. So respectfully ask for your full support for this event. Thank you. Open for questions.
Mahalo. Commissioners, anyone has any questions for our testifier?
And you can also check if the applicant has any questions. Okay.
No questions? Mahalo.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep, Chair, we have Kimberly Thayer online wishing to testify, followed by Keiko Dupont.
Mahalo. And any testifiers who come online, please introduce yourself. And if you swear to tell the truth, say aye.
Ikino, aloha kakahiaka, aloha everybody. My name is Kimberly Thayer, and I promise to tell the truth. So I am here to provide some additional context about the Maui Economic Recovery Commission and the Healing Journey team. I am with SR Partners on Maui, and we have the great fortune of being able to facilitate all of the ERC project teams. And I am most grateful to be part of the Healing Journey team. It's a fantastic group of people. So the Maui ERC is a pretty dynamic coalition of community leaders who are dedicated to supporting and shaping Maui's economic future after the fire, which takes all different kinds of forms. So the ERC launched in January 2024, bringing together influential leaders from all sectors, community, nonprofit, academia, and business to collaborate with each other and uplift Maui's recovery efforts. And out of phase 1 through 2024, 11 project teams were born, each focused on a particular aspect of our recovery. And like Darryl mentioned, this was like water, workforce, agriculture and food systems, Lahaina Harbor, and here the Healing Journey team, who is here before you today. And since 2025, the teams have been in phase 2, refining the projects and moving them towards implementation. For the Healing Journey team, the goal is to support and curate like really meaningful community gatherings, largely for Lahaina people to come together in Lahaina, to reconnect with each other and to heal together as a community. Because until the healing happens altogether, it's like hard to move forward with everything else. So you may have heard of Pau'upili Third Saturdays, which Daryl mentioned, and this incorporates local food, local music, local vendors and crafters, along with resources and services to support fire survivors. And although Lahaina doesn't look the same as it did before, the goal with this is to create an inviting space and a familiar atmosphere in town for those who are ready to come back and reconnect and support each other and heal all together. So Lahaina Homecoming is an extension of this vision, going big. The Healing Journey team members are all Lahaina born and bred, holding community and culture at the heart and the center of everything that they do. And so Lahaina Homecoming is an event that is by Lahaina, for Lahaina, and designed to be a beautiful reunion of the community within the heart of Lahaina town. So respectfully request your support for this. Mahalo, and able to answer any questions.
Mahalo. Commissioners, any questions for this testifier? Again as well?
Yes.
Applicant? Oh. Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Mahalo.
Next testifier is Keiko DuPont online.
Okay. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay. My name is Keiko DuPont, and I do and I will be telling the truth and the whole truth. My name is Keiko DuPont, Economic Development Specialist with the County of Maui Office of Economic Development. I'm here on behalf of the Office of Economic Development and our Director, Jade Rojas Letisi. Both Director Rojas Letisi and I serve on the Maui Economic Recovery Commission's Healing Journey Committee. And I'm pleased to share our office's strong support for this proposal. The Office of Economic Development respectfully requests the Cultural Resources Commission's approval of the proposed Lahaina Homecoming event configuration for July 17 to the 19th, 2026. While others will speak to the event's background and programming, I would like to briefly share why this initiative is so important from the Office of Economic Development's perspective. Lahaina Homecoming is an example of economic recovery rooted in community and culture. By creating opportunities for Lahaina families to reconnect with home while supporting local businesses, cultural practitioners, musicians, artists, entrepreneurs, and workforce initiatives. The event strengthens the local economy in a way that honors Lahaina's unique cultural identity. The event has also been thoughtfully planned with community partners and county departments to prioritize stewardship of Lahaina's historic and cultural resources while maintaining a strong community-centered focus. We believe initiatives like Lahaina Homecoming demonstrate that economic development and cultural preservation can work hand in hand. By investing in our people, supporting local businesses, and celebrating the traditions that define Lahaina, we help create a stronger, more resilient future for the community. Mahalo nui loa for your continued stewardship of Lahaina's cultural resources and for your thoughtful consideration. On behalf of the Office of Economic Development, we respectfully request your approval of the proposed event configuration. And I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Mahalo. Commissioners, any questions for this testifier? Seeing none, applicants? Mahalo. Thank you so much, Mr. DuPont. Any others who wish to testify at this time?
Chair, I see nobody in person or online wishing to testify.
Mahalo. At this time, I'd like to close public testimony. Commissioners, do you have any questions for applicants? Go ahead, Commissioner Arakawa.
Aloha, Commissioner Arakawa. Beautiful. Mahalo for bringing this to the commission. It's beautiful to see Kupa of Lahaina for the head of this event, and I'm in full support. I know we're not at that part yet, but I just have a question in how what is in place to ensure that folks from the industry or visitors, or is this an open event for all of the community to come to, or is this a closed event? And then what is being in place for like awareness for folks that are coming into that space that are not ma'a to the historical district? I know the community going regulate and ensure that's gonna happen. I guess I'm just curious on how like that's going to be ensured because it's important. But yeah. Mahalo.
Thank you for the question, Chair and members. That's a really hard question to answer. We are actively trying to get people to come to the event, and we aren't necessarily marketing it to visitors. And if you don't know the town, you wouldn't really know how to get to the event either. So it's kind of like a locals know it or you don't. And so I don't know that visitors would want to come, but we do not have anything in place to deter people. So if they want to come and spend their money, we're not going to turn them away. I also did want to share that we are also working with the harbor and the different activities. They will be providing free sunset cruises and activities. That's with Trilogy. We're also working with Atlantis. We are also bringing in on Friday, I believe it's it's Saturday. We were trying to get the the Lanai Expeditions ferry to come back to Lahaina for the event. But logistically, it's not going to work. So we will be shuttling them in from Ma'alaya. So we wanted to activate Lanai as well because that was such a huge component in our youth and in our earlier days when the ferry came to Lahaina. And Councilmember Gabe Johnson, as soon as he heard about the event, was really strongly for this component. And so we are including the industry and they will be present and active to help support the event. And yes, like I said, we don't have anything in place to deter people away. It's open for all to come and enjoy.
Mahalo. Commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Kapu.
Yeah. Aloha, Commissioner Kapu. I kind of a little bit pa'alulu because all this red tape gotta go through to put on these public events is just ridiculous. I mean, the fact that, this town is basically turned into the wild, wild west where only the commercial side as well as the tourism, especially for the harbor, they get all these full amenities to do whatever they like. But when we get opportunity to provide something like this, we got to go through this whole spiel of politics. I understand it. I've been in here this long. I still yelling at tourists by keeping them in their lane, especially when they start trespassing on property they're not supposed to. But again, I'm one of those. I'm gonna be on full on advocate because when a county said that they cannot keep the town closed, it's unlawful for them to cut off access. And I get it that the tourist goes in and out of these places like bat out of hell. They're speeding down these roadways and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to driven event, community driven event, that we got to go through all this bureaucratic politics by being accepted by one commission as well as another. Hey man, I mean, come on, let's cut to the chase already. If we're talking about bringing back economic stimulus and all these kinds of things, then It's for the benefit of the residents of these towns. It's for the benefit of the family that want to come home. So let it be. Why we gotta go through all this, especially knowing that this might fall into a contested case? I mean, my biggest problem is from the beginning, as we're doing the monitoring and observation of this town, is trying to keep people in their lane. And I hope that, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get plenty of kokua, especially from our side. They're gonna get kokua to keep people in their lane, but you know, the barricades are set up for certain reasons, especially on certain property, because if it's high significant historical, what law. But I just want to kind of put this body into a better realm of understanding, saying that, as we go through this whole maze on how we're going to find solution to open up this town, we got to consider all these kind of things. Why we got to be a part of this so-called game, that we don't fall into this mess that we into. I'm 100% on the support of this event. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to show anything negative in here, but we get a majority of people that come into town, especially the Malahini, that really don't understand rules when they come inside here. Gotta make sure we put up parameters so these people stay in their lane and not trespassing, especially on Kamehameha Third School. Now it's a cultural complex because of certain things that we found in those areas. The barricades are set up for a reason. If we could start moving barricades to make sure, it's not only protecting the banyan tree, I get it, but protect everything else, especially property rights of individuals, that hopefully that everybody went through compliance to talk to those individuals to make sure that the way is clear. If they want people walking on their property, then fine. If not, then I think the county has a big responsibility to make sure that literally people stay in their lane and not trespass across certain areas. We get surf schools in operation over here now. What does this economic thing is gonna do to our community? It's gonna allow for all these other kind of things to come. More commercial businesses when we're not even in recovery of all these buildings. So I know we're going in the right direction. I just want to make sure that, if there's an opportunity where we put certain things in place, certain area that everybody needs to, be mindful of by not going into areas that you're not supposed to because of property rights and all these kind of things. That can happen. And I don't know, maybe corporate council can try to assure that everybody gonna stay in their lane, especially the Malahini, the Mahaoi, they come for Mai Tais and sunburns. Their intuition as to why they're coming to the town is totally different than why we're putting on this event, or why this group and organization is putting this event to bring the heart of the community back. I'm all in 100% support of that. What we're gonna do with the other ones, that needs a lot of enforcement management to make sure that we don't get people jumping fences all over the place in town, which may violate certain rights. I just wanted to add that. So again, I'm in support. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kapu. Commissioners, anyone else have questions for the applicants?
May I respond or share some mana'o?
Go ahead.
Because thank you so much, Commissioner Kapu, for all of your comments. And I just wanted to, I guess, address some of them too. We have hired private security for the event to ensure that the sensitive areas are being managed. I believe we have over 13 security guards that will be in place in addition to MPDs off duty. We also will, in addition to all the fun things and the economic things, we also will have social services and wraparound services available for people who need more information about what's happening in town, what other things they can be offered in order to return back to town, just so that there's access to those things. I think I heard very recently that we will have an educational component for the Royal Complex that will be joining us for this event, and they'll be able to showcase some of the ideas and the things that they're putting in place to secure and malama that area at the school. And that we also will have mental health component there as well, to not just be sitting under a tent, but I have them actively walking around and checking on people. Because like I understand this is a very sensitive area and we don't know how everyone's going to react, and we want to be ready for those situations. And first aid, we are working with Kaiser Permanente. So we are definitely checking off all the boxes, or as many as we can, to ensure that this event is not only safe and secured, but also one for true healing. So mahalo.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Daryl. Thank you.
Hello, my commissioners. Any last questions?
Ready to make a motion?
Okay, good. So,
Anyone else wants to comment? Decision making.
okay. Staff report. Do we have to look at these three things that's here? The plan A, B, and C?
Chair, I could address that if that's possible. Daryl, could you bring up your presentation to the current site plan? So when we were making the initial submittal, we weren't certain which areas of property we were going to be able to use. And so I created an outline of a total area in order to cover the options that happen. So the library property is state property. There's not a right of entry to the county of Maui to that yet. So that's not possible to use. The Banyan Tree Court is not in operation as of yet to be available for events like this. And so Daryl was able to reorganize the boundaries of the event just to occur within the roadways and Campbell Park. And so this site plan that's being presented, I would like this to be treated as the update of what we're requesting the approval to encompass as far as the use of an area. It's just that at the time, because it's evolving and there was some moving parts, the initial submittal just provided options based on what we could get, and this is what we can get at this point.
So, Chair, I think that's a really good point. So that'll give guidance to staff. It will obviously to you, so you know, because if you're being asked to approve this this use, which isn't normally allowed for a given area, you'd obviously want to know the area. Now that that's confirmed, you'd want to, I think, check with staff if they're clear enough on the area, so that if you do vote to approve, they know what to send out in a letter saying you know, basically you're approved to use this specific area for this on these specific dates to do your event or something like that. So I would clarify that with staff and make sure, I think that's very helpful, that all the members understand the specific location that you're going to be having it, since it's sort of been narrowed since the original request.
If I could just add, I just want to reiterate that this is completely within the larger outline that was initially presented. Thank you.
Mahalo, Mr. Hart. Can I call upon Kavika? Is there any information that we should know before we vote, other than what was presented?
No, I think just to add on to the testimony, I mean, the county has often stated that when referencing Lahaina, it should be community led and government supported. This is a prime example of realizing that type of initiative. So I think the testimony kind of echoed that.
Mahalo, Kavika. Okay, Commissioner Poipoi, you would like to entertain a motion?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Motion to approve updated this presented what you call it? What is it? The request? Oh, that was terrible. Can somebody say it really well for me to copy and say, yeah? Or can somebody do it? Approval.
I believe the applicant is requesting written approval to allow the selling in public spaces within County Historic Districts 1 and 2 for the Lahaina Homecoming event.
Motion as stated by staff.
Second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Poi, second by Commissioner Kapu. All approved, say aye.
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 Oh, aye. Yes, Commissioner Mather was recused. It is a unanimous approval. 5. Kalamai. Any more discussion on this application? None at this time? Okay, mahalo. Approval for the food and beverage and non-food merchandise sales for Lahaina Homecoming. Mahalo to the Maui Economic Recovery Commission and Healing Journey Working Group for working on this event. Mahalo to the testifiers for coming. Aloha.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
can we have 5 minutes?
Yes, we can go have a 5-minute recess. Our Maui County Cultural Resources Commission meeting is back. Welcome back, commissioners. At this time, we're going to be moving on to Agenda C, Item 1, an old business update on the Maui County Cultural Resources Commission comments dated on February 28, 2022. And proposed plans to construct 7 new single-family dwellings on 7 separate tax map keys along Mill Street, Lahaina National Historic Landmark District, Haunau Ahupua'a, Lahaina Moku, Maui Mokupuni.
This could be from the planning department. This is old agenda item that was originally brought to the CRC several years ago for design review. The applicant at the time was proposing to construct some single-family dwelling, and being that it was proposed for construction within the National Historic Landmark District, we wanted to ensure architectural compatibility within the National Historic Landmark District. That led to a series of comments that needed to be resolved, and that brought up some additional questions and I think issues from the State Historic Preservation Division. And over the course of some years, I think there's been some changes in property owners, and the current property owner is here to provide an update on the issues and the resolution of those issues from what arose when it was originally presented. But just to restate, originally it was brought to the CRC as a design review to ensure architectural compatibility, and the department found then and still finds now that the designs are architecturally compatible for construction within the National Historic Landmark District. Their plantation, vernacular, and style, they're all between about 900 and 1,500 square foot single-story homes. With that, I believe we have representatives of the applicant online. I'll turn it over to them.
Please welcome our applicants, or sorry, presenters for this project.
Jeff, I think you're muted, or at least we can't hear you.
microphone is muted. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry
Yes.
about that. Good morning, Chair, members of the Cultural Resource Commission. Jeff Ueoka here helping the Hassan family, the owners of the 7 lots. So brief presentation. So this initial slide shows the bow tie. It's around 20 lots in total. It's adjacent to Lahaina Luna Road over here, Mill Street in the back, and Honoapiilani
Jeff, we
Highway
can't
on the
see
other
any
side.
slides yet. We want to maybe
Oh.
make sure we can share screen because we don't see any slides yet.
Okay,
Oh,
my bad. I thought I hit
No,
that
you're good.
button first. Sorry about that. Thank you. Let me start over. So the bow tie, 20 lots in total. Lahaina Luna Road, Honoapiilani Highways over here, Mill Street's in the back. Pretty sure people are familiar with the area. Civic Center's like down south. Currently, my clients, they're long-term Lahaina residents. They recently purchased the properties in December of 2025, and they're looking to provide long-term rental opportunities to families displaced by the Lahaina fires. They want to continue the plans that were initially submitted to build 7 lots or 7 single-family homes on the 7 lots in an uncoordinated fashion. It's just going to be, single-family homes on each lot. It's not meant to be a development together. And I'm sure you guys are aware, there's a bunch of homes already going up in that area. So it's exciting, need more housing in Lahaina for sure. So these are the 7 TMKs and the 7 building permit applications. And we're here to talk about our level of compliance with the requirement or with the comments received from this body's February 3rd, 2022 meeting. So again, 7 building permits were applied for on 7 different lots. It triggered the CRC review due to being in the landmark historic district, as Mr. Farm stated. And the last cultural planner did determine that they are compatible, architecturally compatible, satisfying the requirements of 2.88060F Maui County Code. Plans were presented in January 6, 2022. Deferred until the February 3rd meeting, and then we got the letter on February 28, 2022. Or I shouldn't say us, the prior owners received it all. We're just continuing on with the same record. That letter contained 5 comments. Kind of small, I'm sure you guys can't read it, but we'll go through the individual comments. So comment 1 was basically relating to the amount of opposition and concerns raised by generational families. And it was kind of a requirement asking for a CIA in addition to the AIS. And typically CIAs or cultural impact assessments are done in relation to an environmental assessment, which there's no trigger for this project. So we were hoping that the CRC does serve as the county's cultural consultant, and they've met and reviewed this matter twice already and, open for public testimony each time. Again, we don't trigger a cultural impact assessment from just building the houses. And I guess since time has gone on, cultural studies have been performed as part of the disaster response. So FEMA did its Hawaii Wildfire Response Consolidated Debris Removal Program, and that had reports associated with it. And the ethnographic history celebrating the stories and cultures of Lahaina was prepared for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers by Kumupono Associates and Honua Consulting in July of 2025. So there is a good, rich cultural background related to this general area. Project area represents some of the last undeveloped remnants of the sugar industry in the Lahaina National Historic District. And the area should not be developed to a degree that there's nothing left of the history. We're planning on putting a sign up. We can show you that sign at the end in accordance with the SHPD requirements. And also SHPD has recognized that FEMA's wildfire response satisfies the requirement to provide a historical data recovery in the form of a completion of a historic context study and thematic survey of the sugar industry in Lahaina and on the island of Maui. So we feel the cultural matters have been studied. Some sort of peace needs to be made before moving forward with this project was the 3rd comment. More investigation is needed. There are aspects of this project that are concerning and puzzling. Again, the CRC met on 2 separate occasions, providing ample opportunity for public comment. This is a third opportunity. And, specific cultural issues for consideration, people come and discuss it. Since 2022 and these comments were made, I think you guys are all aware Lahaina's changed tremendously. Not necessarily for the better, of course. Very sad what happened. And at this point, we're not aware of any current opposition to the construction of the single-family homes on those 7 lots. And again, long-term rental opportunities for those families displaced by the Lahaina fires or, people from Lahaina. And again, this meeting today was another opportunity for public comment. Comment 4, the role of the commission is about culture, not affordable housing. This project is located in a historic district. The project has less to do with small homeowners than it has to do with whether we are preserving, protecting, or respecting the culture. We don't disagree that the CRC's charge is not centered on housing. This was brought here for an architectural review, but of course, you guys are the Cultural Resource Commission, so it was always an opportunity for people to comment on culture. And just reiterating that cultural studies have been performed, which encompass this area. Comment 5, both the CIA, the Cultural Impact Assessment, and the AIS should be presented to the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council. We were a little puzzled by that when we picked this up. HRS 6043.5 prescribes the duties of the island burial councils, and their duties seem focused on determining whether to preserve or relocate previously identified Native Hawaiian burial sites. And multiple archaeological studies have been performed on this area, and no burials were discovered. There was an AIS performed. There's an archaeological assessment report associated with it because there were no significant findings. And there's an archaeological monitoring plan that was performed or gone through. Again, our position is a cultural impact assessment has not been triggered. Other cultural studies have been performed by other entities in relation to the disaster response. And we really feel that the Island Burial Council is not an appropriate reviewing agency for a cultural impact assessment. As separately developed single-family residents, all under 3,500 square feet, the homes are exempt from Chapter 343, which are the environmental assessment requirements, pursuant to an exemption contained within the administrative rules. So in addition to the current AIS covering the 7 lots, a 2009 AIS was conducted by Frey and Fredrickson in 2000 of a broader area. No burials were discovered on that either. So these following 3 slides will outline the various studies in the region. Another one's a map view of the trenching locations associated with the most recent AIS. And the last one's an overlay of the trenching locations associated with the most recent AIS onto the approximate building sites. So as you can see, the sites are around this area right here, and the Frey and Fredrickson covered it. There's all these other ones in the vicinity that were conducted over time. The next slide here kind of shows the various LCAs overlaid. The yellow area is the entire bow tie area, and you can see where the trenches are and some of the LCA outlines, how they're associated with it. And finally, this is the last slide, which is an overlay of the building footprints. It's kind of a rough estimate. So you can see most of the buildings have had some trenching done, either on them or adjacent directly, but there were a lot of trenches completed in this area for this. And finally, based on the foregoing, all comments we feel from the CRC's February 3rd, 2022 meeting, as given to us in that February 28, 2022 letter, have been complied with to the extent possible. And, we're hoping that SHPD is now requiring compliance with the CRC comments. So we're hoping we can get a letter from the CRC stating that you guys are okay with the building permits process being moving forward, so we can deal directly with SHPD on their remaining comments. And sorry, again, this is the sign that language that we plan on putting up in accordance with the SHPE requirements. And it's going to go, I don't know if you can see it, but it's going to go in this corner of this lot over here. So yes, I'll go back up. Thank you very much. Available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jeff. I would like to open up to public testimony first. Jacob?
Chair, I see no one in person or online wishing to testify.
Thank you so much. Public testimony is closed. Commissioners, do you have any questions for our presenter?
Yes, I have a question. I'm not sure if it was just the wording that you were using. This is Commissioner Conley Kapoi. But at one point you said that there's been no burials found in the area, in the project area. And then you were saying, oh, here's the sites, but I don't know if you mean house sites, like the modern house sites that you have planned, or if there were any sites at all found during that study.
Oh, my bad, Commissioner. Yes, I should have been more specific with my words. These grayed out areas are the housing footprints, basically, and overlaid on them are the trenching sites where there were no discoveries, no burials discovered.
So with that being said, then this ended up with that there was no significant findings. Instead of it being an archaeological inventory survey, it was an archaeological assessment.
Yes.
Yeah, and I just want to say also, in your response, the response comments to 5, that I agree with what you're saying, that I've been doing archaeology here on Maui for over 35 years and have done various projects in Lahaina. And I've never had to go in, if there were no burials found, I've never had to bring any of my information and present it to the burial council. So I also would be confused at why they were asking before to have this presented to the burial council.
Thank you, Commissioner Kapoi. Commissioners, any questions?
Chair.
Commissioner Mather?
If somebody else is on, I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
I can.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Kapoi.
Sorry if I missed it, and it's part of the plan or the additional construction of the houses, if it was addressed on in the event of inadvertent discoveries.
Oh, thank you, Chair. In the event of inadvertent discoveries, we will follow all of the requirements of SHPD and Chapter 6E and report accordingly and follow the process and procedure.
And this is not like, would this project require an on-site arc monitor? Okay. I see Commissioner Conley Kapoi nodding. Is that?
Yeah, I think that they were saying that there was they mentioned something about an archaeological monitor moving forward, if I heard that correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, there is an associated plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Poi, Commissioner Kapu.
Yeah, aloha, Commissioner Kapu. So back in 2023, it was a Cultural Resources Commission that recommended that this project go in front of the Burial Council. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm reading basically the report and the response coming back from SAPD. So I get where you're coming from, that there were no affiliates of burial that were found in the area, so why go in front of the Burial Council? I understand that. I think, I remember this project, the Bowtie project back in 2023. In fact, further back than that. That I think one of the concerns that were raised in council was just the history of the land commission award, the amount of land commission awards within the Bowtie area, and whether or not archaeological inventory surveys that was done in the area was really, really went forward with a lot of the information because of the context of the history of that area. And I don't know whether or not impact the sugarcane operation within that area alongside the main highway, but I'm just trying to understand the fact that, okay, if there's no barrels affiliated with this area, then why go in front of the Barrel Council for recommendations? Or, it should be, they definitely state historic preservation review. Now, if you're saying that you guys can follow all compliances with state historic preservation, especially when it comes to the monitoring of these areas, then well, it really puts us in areas as pertaining to where, okay, the recommendation from the Cultural Resources Commission is to allow the project to be done, meaning that you fall into the review of state historic preservation's division's recommendations. So I just wanted to get a better understanding. So when we call for any type of motion, I'm definitely in line with what's happening. So thank you for that and for the clarification. If the Cultural Resources Commission recommended, then I guess the ball is in our court right now. So mahalo.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kapu, Commissioner Mather.
Mahalo, Mr. Ueoka, Commissioner or Vice Chair Mather. And mahalo for returning to the commission with this update. I realize that this was initiated by the prior owners and you're now representing the current owners. So I do appreciate the effort that you've put into responding to the commission's 2022 comments. As staff stated, the plans for the buildings are architecturally compatible, but that's basically not the item that's before us today, right? Today, we're trying to determine whether the concerns that were brought up by the commission in 2022 were adequately addressed based on what you brought us today. And like Commissioner Kapu just said, being really project specific to these parcels. So with that, I do have to say for the record and disclose to you that I was one of the researchers and the ethnographers for Navaivai o Lahaina, which is one of the references that you've made in your presentation. So I'm just saying that because there are some comments that I'm going to make on the report's purpose and then scope as well. And then also for future reference, your presentation spells kumu pono as P-O-N-N-O. It's pono as in P-O-N-O, just for making sure that you're most accurate, correct? So first question, so the Navaivai o Lahaina, it was basically a document that was prepared for the broader cultural and historical landscape of Lahaina following the wildfire, right? You know that USACE was the ones that we conducted that for. So it wasn't prepared, right, for this project-specific cultural study, or I guess the commission was calling it a cultural impact study because there's probably not a better way to encompass all of what they were asking for. So if we just call it like a cultural study, right, a project-specific cultural study for that area. And then it was calling for community consultation for those 7 lots. So can you explain how that report, the Navaivai o Lahaina report, satisfies the commission's request for a broader, more project-specific cultural study? And maybe specifically, if you can call out, where does it evaluate those specific 7 lots, where it documents project-specific consultation, and then recommends project-specific avoidance or mitigation measures?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Mather. I guess I kind of want to start off at first with, our view was also that the CRC was given this for an architectural review, and we got the comments back beyond the architectural aspect of the project. However, we do understand, and we're here to discuss it. First of all, for the consultation with the community, this will be the third public hearing in front of this body, which, is the Cultural Resources Commission. So we hope that that would have satisfied the community's opportunity to comment on the project. And as far as the specifics, no, I 100% agree with you. Sorry, I have a couple typos in this now that I'm looking at it again. So apologies for that. But it came down more to the area was included, we believe, or it was included in the overall study. And no, it was not specific. Neither program was specific to this site, these 7 sites, and it didn't take into account the buildings. But we felt the overall cultural study of the area didn't raise any concerns for this specific area, the bow tie area, I should say, in general, including the specific 7 lots.
Follow-up. So not everyone is aware that these things come before the Cultural Commission. So are you therefore putting the burden on the public and the community to come to you rather than you doing outreach and consultation?
I guess our thing was that we viewed it as 7 house lots on the 7, 7 houses on 7 lots. So we were hoping to avoid having to go through the cultural impact assessment, which is quite an undertaking, as I'm sure you're aware from, various work on environmental assessments. And we just felt it was a lot to go through for a small project, or their individual houses, actually, not even a project. I won't even call it a project. And that's why we were hoping that this process could satisfy, the community input. And I know there was a lot of testimony at the first couple of meetings in 2022.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. A second question would be, so I think you just actually answered this when I was going to ask about the female cultural studies. So you're saying that it was similar to Navaivai o Lahaina, where it was a broad cultural study, but that's basically a package, right? That was like a program. But can you just cite the specific reports within that program that you folks have referenced to be able to say that the cultural impact assessments, or in this case, the cultural studies, have been done on those specific parcels?
I can't cite anything that specifically happened on those parcels per se, because I don't think there was much FEMA response necessarily on these parcels, as they're vacant. They were always vacant, but it was more, we looked through it, and it was a very comprehensive, large document, and we didn't see anything raised culturally in this this vicinity, the bow tie lot. That's kind of more, it was the absence of information is more what we kind of noticed in that report.
Okay, I might have a follow-up question on that as well, but I'll just move through what I've already got already. Thank you. So there was obviously the concern from the commission about testimony from generational Lahaina families. You just stated that those families and those community individuals were present at previous opportunities to testify. Have you reached out specifically to those individuals who had opposition testimony since 2022?
I have not, but my understanding is the Hassan family, they're from Lahaina, and they have discussed this generally. I don't know if they reached out to the specific individuals who had concerns, but they have been there, and they haven't had any reports, and no one has brought it up to them since since they've, I guess, purchased the property in late December of 2025, and have, kind of been working on the project. Or I shouldn't say, I keep calling it a project. It's not really a project. It's, these building permits, advancing these building permits.
Okay, so again, the burden is on the community to reach out to the new homeowners, but the homeowners and the lot owners haven't made any proactive outreach. Just making sure that that the burden is
I,
again on the community rather than the
I
lot owners.
I can say that they have talked to local community members, but I cannot say that they reached out to those specific individuals who raised concerns in 2022.
Okay, thank you. And then you do, sorry, you do keep referring to it as the project.
Yeah, that's
because
my mistake. I'm sorry.
We can all see that 7 lots in an area that you call the bow tie has a cumulative impact, right? There's 7 different permits, but they're same landowner, and we haven't seen the plans because this is obviously not dealing with the plans. It's dealing with our concerns as a commission in 2022. So how are the cumulative impacts of developing all 7 lots, even though you're saying that it's an uncoordinated build, right?
Yeah.
How does that maybe like it's within the National Historic Landmark.
Yep.
So how have the cumulative impacts been evaluated?
I can say that the building plans were presented to this body in 2022. The building plans, and on that one slide, it kind of showed the layout. But as far as an analysis of impacts, it's 7 single-family homes on 7 separate lots. So I don't think there was an impact analysis performed. It was just 7 single-family homes submitted permits, and they kind of got grouped together by the county.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yield to Commissioner Conley Kapoi, but I do have other questions.
Commissioner Kapoi?
Yes, my question is, and sorry, I didn't see when you brought up the map that showed all the previous archaeological work done. It seemed as if there was an archaeological inventory survey done for this, or an archaeological assessment, since there was no findings. And at that point, when you conduct, I know that it looked like there was one from Dega, and then perhaps an earlier one by the Frey and Frederickson, that incorporated this area as well. Typically, when they're doing the AISs, one of the components of that is that they have done the background research on these LCAs, and a lot of times would reach out to the people in the community, especially it looked like the later one by Dega was done in 2023, which would have been after the meeting, I'm guessing. Did he reach out? I don't have copies of either of those reports. Usually there would be perhaps some type of consultation with if there was any lineal descendants of the area or cultural descendants, that it would have been covered at that point.
I'm not 100% sure on the level of community outreach that Mr. Dega or Dr. Dega did in that report. So I apologize, but if that's typically one of the requirements, the report was accepted by SHPD. Or I'm sorry, they have certain minor modifications that need to be conducted, but overall it was accepted.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Meader?
So since we're on the SHPD review, looking at the SHPD's May 2026 correspondence, they are looking for the archaeological assessment and the archaeological monitoring plans to have some resolutions made, right? There are 2 attachments. I think it's attachment 1 and attachment 2 there. And have any of those items been resolved?
It is my understanding that those have been submitted. The comments have been addressed and been resubmitted.
Okay, and then there's also an outstanding utility plan, I think. Has that been submitted as well? Because you're talking about trenches that have happened previously, but now we need to know about the trenches that are and the utility, whatever the heck sorry, mine's not
Yeah,
going,
good.
where they're going to have their utilities. Has that been submitted to SHPD as well?
I believe so. But that we're hoping to deal with that through SHPD. But yes, the building plan showing the utilities and the other matters directly related to the single family homes. I believe it has been submitted.
Okay, so but we're still waiting on SHPD to tell us that those have been submitted and that they're happy with the resolutions that were included on attachments 1 and 2. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, we haven't heard back from SHPD, and we haven't been pursuing the SHPD avenue as we wanted to see what the CRC was saying, would how they viewed their February 2022 letter and how we could move forward with that letter, or satisfaction or whatever needs to be done regarding those comments. And we're hoping to get a favorable outcome today, and then we would start pursuing SHPD at that point. But we felt that the CRC was the first step to make sure the Maui home rule was, kind of satisfied in that sense.
Okay. And then in your presentation, I think if you, there is a slide, sorry, I don't know what slide it is, but it references the March 2026 SHPD letter, and it says something akin to comments have been satisfied. So do you have that letter, and what comments have been satisfied? Because you're saying right now, SHPD is waiting for CRC and we're both going, and so I just want to know what that letter states and what that is in reference to when it says satisfied.
If you mind sharing my screen again?
Thank you.
So subsequent to SHPD response to reports include the following, and gosh, sorry, it's a long letter, but so they're still requesting the consultation, of course, in coordination with the CRC comments, but so in lieu of mitigation measure 1, so that yeah, it was satisfied as long as we meet the CRC requirements. That's how we were viewing it. But the comments were historical data recovery, historical context, preservation of the landscape feature, and on-site interpretation, which was the sign we showed you, and archaeological monitoring be conducted for identification purposes. So that's part of the approval. This we're hoping to do, the sign will satisfy that. And the historical data recovery, as you could see, was they noticed these reports also. And they also wanted us to work with the community, of course, based on the CRC letter.
Okay, so number 1, point number 1 that they made was these historical data recovery context thematic surveys could be, that point could be completed as long as there was community consultation. That's how I'm reading the letter that was from May 2026, and now this March 2026 letter.
Correct.
That we wasn't in the record, so I'm just trying to skim through it now as you go up and down. But you have not completed any consultation with the community. You're saying that you and your client are saying that this is the community consultation. Is that right?
That's our hope. That's our hope for this body, and we're hoping that this portion, the status of the coordination with the commission, could be satisfied through this, and then we'd work with SHPD on the other matters. I'm sorry, well, on the remaining, what their view on community consultation will entail at this point. But we wanted to work with the commission first to make sure that that 2022 letter was, satisfied, or that we at least advanced through based on the architectural review.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying you're waiting for the CRC to say we're good so that you can then comply with SHPD's requests to do consultation? with the
Yeah.
Maui Lanai Island Burial Council, Lahaina Descendants, Generational Families, and community groups. So because the way that I've read the 2022 comments is basically the CRC wants you to do that as well.
Yeah. And we're hoping through today's meeting, like the understanding on the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council review can be set aside. And we hope that the CRC can work on that. And we're just hoping that we can have further discussions and more communication, kind of like what we're doing today with you guys on the amount of consultation that has gone on with SHPD. But of course, we want to talk to the CRC first, as the comments were generated. We believe the SHPD letters was generated based on the comments received in the CRC letter from 2022, as it is referenced.
Okay, I think we can all agree on the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council maybe being an overreach, but the rest of it seems to be just community consultation with our Lahaina families, right? I think that's still valid. I think that's still something that the commission would want to see, especially when it's a project-specific cultural historical maybe review rather than wanting a CIA. I think that is it for my questions that I had prepared. There's some things that came up, but I will yield.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Well, actually, I'm lying. I lied. I'm so sorry. I have one more. So about the interpretive signage, I jumped past that. Sorry. But everybody on this commission knows, anybody that's come before us, I am like the interpretive signage lady. I love interpretive signage, but I am struggling with how this particular interpretive sign I didn't even realize that that's what that was on your presentation until you explained it to me, but how that functions as meaningful mitigation within this kind of like uncoordinated private residential, not development. So if you could like explain to me who's your intended audience. You did say it would be located on that one particular parcel, right? So I don't know how that like speaks to a wider audience. And then how do you publicly and meaningfully engage with that? Like if I just don't, I'm struggling to understand how that signage preserves the historic landscape if you are altering that historic landscape, right? And then maybe this isn't a question, this is just like a statement. To me, like interpretation should complement preservation, right? Not replace it. So you guys are saying we're just going to bulldoze all this stuff and put some homes on it, and then we're going to put a sign on top of it, rather than maybe having mitigative measures in place to ensure that pieces of that landscape are preserved.
If I may, Chair.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So the requirement was preservation of landscape features that contribute to sites' historical significance and contribute to the sugar industry on the island of Maui and within Lahaina, as well as on-site interpretation and signage that educates visitors, residents about the significance of the sugar industry. So that was the requirement from SHPD. And I believe there was some comment about how from the 2022 letter relating to how this area will be, one of the last remnants of the sugar industry. I don't think there were any sugar artifacts or anything. I think might have been in Kane at one point, but this sign was just to satisfy that requirement in relation to the sugar industry. And we weren't sure. I agree with you, Vice Chair. It's a little odd being in the front yard of a residential house, but we were just trying to comply with the requirement. And sorry, going back to your last statement, also really appreciate what you just said about not rising to the level of a CIA. But if we could discuss like having some kind of how we would satisfy that requirement to consult with the community. We would love to have a good understanding. So, there's a set framework that we can comply with, because doing a CIA seemed a little bit too much for this, for single family homes. And yeah, so really appreciate that comment. Thank you.
And just follow up, I know that the CRC comments were about the sugar industry, but this was a Native Hawaiian landscape, right? A traditional Native Hawaiian landscape was obviously, because there's LCAs that throughout there, and the Maheleaina took place in the middle of the 1800s. So before that, there's like time immemorial, and like our people were there for multiple generations. So yes, we want to uplift all histories, but I think like going forward, something that looks like a Pioneer Mill logo on the top of it needs to maybe make room, and especially highlight the spaces that were traditionally settled as well. So I don't know if we can make that amendment through this process here, but that sign, even if it's going to be in somebody's front yard and it's not going to be like publicly engaged with, maybe someone's going to be riding their bike over there and they see that this was a Native Hawaiian biocultural landscape as well. So mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Vice Chair. Commissioners,
I have a comment.
go ahead, Commissioner Kapoi.
Yes, I was so is the DAGA AIS or archaeological assessment, has that been completed and accepted, or are they still addressing certain issues before it's accepted? Can you clarify that?
So we got those comments back. I believe the comments have been addressed and resubmitted, but I don't know if I don't believe as of last week, we did not receive the, stamped, approved final version yet, because I'm sure you're familiar, SHPD is extremely busy, so they don't necessarily get to these things, Yeah, sorry, I'll stop there.
So I don't know if this would possibly help you be able to address this at this point, and I don't know if it's too far past since the original archaeological assessment has already been submitted, but is there any way, and not knowing, and perhaps Mike Dega already did a component that was community outreach, I don't know, but if for some reason it wasn't done, is there any way to like put it as maybe an appendix to that report to try to kind of kill two birds with one stone, and kind of put if they're asking for the assessment and we're not doing something at the level of the CIA, that we could put it in on the coattails of the archaeological inventory survey?
Oh, can definitely look into that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Kapoi. Kavika?
Kavika from Planning Department. I just kind of wanted to sort of provide some context and refocus a little bit. So this agenda item particularly is for the CRC's review in an advisory capacity. There's a lot of very important things that are being discussed. But I kind of feel it's important for the department to give its perspective on some of the comments that has been shared in the PowerPoint presentation. And I'm kind of going to work backwards actually from comment number 5, where the CIA and AIS be presented to the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council. The department would disagree with that because it's an AA, so AA don't go to IBCs, and there is no CIA. CIA is a sequential process of 343 This one would have qualified for an EAE or an exemption because of the under 3,500 square feet construction of single-family dwelling. But we are talking about, the importance of cultural practices and things that might still be there. And that's why I believe all these other documents are being referenced, and we're trying to see whether or not additional things can be taken into consideration to try and address that. And it sounds like the applicant is willing to reach out and potentially explore attaching an addendum to the archaeological assessment. On comment number 4, which is the role of protecting culture, I think this one kind of goes hand in hand with comment number 2, in that I think what is most important to acknowledge is that the applicant is very open to interpretive signage, and it sounds like is open to exploring what appropriately should be displayed on that signage and where that signage should be appropriately displayed. So maybe I don't know, some thought or emotion for consideration to the effect on placement or verbiage that should be considered. If beyond sugarcane should definitely be displayed. Usually when we talk about interpretive signage, we talk about durability, we talk about longevity, we talk about materials, we talk about brass or things of that nature. That's where my mindset usually goes when we talk about interpretive signage. And then as far as the AIS in general, and being sensitive to comments that was raised back in 2022, I think what the applicant tried to cover in the PowerPoint presentation is that the overall project area, I forget how many hundreds of acres, if not thousand, did have an archaeological inventory survey that did identify historic sites that was done by Zamanek Researches. I forget the date on that, but none of those specific historic sites that were documented was identified in the specific project area talked about today, which is the bow tie lots. But given that the overall project area did have historic sites and the sensitivity and opposition that was brought up back in 2022, another archaeological study was done in 2023. And they conducted numerous test trenches in the project footprint of all the proposed dwellings that are proposed for construction, that were all found negative and didn't identify anything, which is why we have an assessment. So at least from the department perspective on those issues and the design review, and the fact that SHIP-D wants archaeological monitoring for additional mitigation, which I believe will also be done. We are of the position that most of the comments have been satisfied. But we're still looking to see if there's additional recommendations and considerations that need to be included in a response to SHIP-D letter.
Commissioner Miller?
Mahalo for that synopsis and synthesis. So the most important word that I heard in there was most of the comments have been satisfied. So what comments from our 2022 letter, this body, because I wasn't on at that time, do you feel haven't been satisfied?
There was a comment about making peace between people, and I don't know if that's possible.
Okay. That's a good point. And further to that, it doesn't sound like there has been any outreach to possibly make that piece. So maybe the most important step going forward is for the project proponents to have a community meeting in that space, right? I used to live right on Dickinson, so my front yard looked over those parcels. So maybe it's, and a really well not marketed, but like advertised kind of outreach, right? Like we've seen it with Pulelehua, we've seen it with other projects out there. Because even though you're saying that it's not a project, 7 lots being developed in the same place with the same landowner feels like a project. So it's going out into the community, and the community's not that big when it comes to stuff like this, and getting those people in the same space at the same time to have a discussion about how we move this forward. Right now, it feels like that hasn't been done, and I think that's what you're saying, right? We haven't been able to even try to make peace because there hasn't been a formal place to do it. Because Foodland's gone now too, like Councilmember Paulton said, and we used to do most of our work and stuff in Foodland. So I think maybe Mr. Ueoka, do you think your clients would be up to hosting some sort of community consultation, like a formal community consultation or something in Lahaina?
I would say yes. I guess sorry, I'm not sure if Commissioner Arakawa sorry, I see her hand raised. Sorry. Thank you. I would say yes. We were really afraid of the CIA, as we know what that entails, but if it's just a community meeting, if we could just get some clear guidelines on what this body would find as satisfactory for the making it, the public awareness aspect, because the last thing I want is for us to think we did enough public awareness and you guys don't. I don't want any confusion there. I don't want to upset or offend anyone also. So that's what we would want to know. And we'd also like to have a good understanding that, what would be the next steps of this community meeting. We would get input and, hopefully we can address it, but what would be the next steps that you guys would imagine, or would we work with Shifty on that? Those are my questions regarding it. But overall, I think the Hassan family would be open to, having a meeting and discussing it.
I'm not going to speak on behalf of the entire commission, but I know myself being a community advocate and showing up to a bunch of meetings, what my hope is for most of those kinds of spaces is to at least have different voices be heard, right? So maybe the outcome would be you tell us how many people you engaged, how many people you sent letters and emails and phone calls to, and then how many people actually showed up, and then what was discussed, and if it was in support or in opposition, and if there was any opposition, what that opposition looked like, right? What were the specific details that were outlined of why people wouldn't want the project to go forward, and then we know, because we all sit in these meetings all the time, some of them are appropriate to the project and some of them aren't. And so, being able to kind of parse that out as well for us. But at the very least, that would be what I would be expecting with public engagement specific to this project.
Mahalo.
Aloha. Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead, our Commissioner Arakawa.
Commissioner Arakawa, just wanted to add, thank you, Mr. Ueoka, for your presentation. and just kako'o the efforts of what is being said on the outreach point. If you're coming to this body for the outreach, yes, we represent and we hold the spaces, but it is, very important to go out and have those conversations too. I think just for the record, my recommendation is, and my hope is that the Hassan Ohana is, and I know this is like permitting things and we're kind of straying away from what is we're trying to do. And I appreciate Mr. Farm's additive and also Commissioner Kapoi's expertise on the archaeologist side of things, is that I hope the ohanas that are to come into these spaces are from Maui. There's no shortage of need of housing in Lahaina, and so I think that's why in this commission, and as I voice my piece, is that it's families that are from Lahaina who are needing to be in these homes, and they are local, and the outreach is being done. Mahalo. I just wanted to add to the record of conversation, but mahalo.
Thank you, Commissioner Arakawa. Commissioner Kapu.
Don't comment. Yeah. From the beginning, I guess, when the project started, we have a lot of questions. So I just want to point out maybe in the right direction when you go for community consultation to involve the Ahamoko Advisory Council as well for Maui. Especially the Lahaina representative to get them. And I know the Hassan family, I know Musa, he reached out periodically, never realized that, okay, they were the one that purchased the bow tie. We've been in discussion about the bow tie for a long time on the character of that area. I get where Commissioner Jen is talking about when we talk about signage and things like that. To not forget about, the pre-contact era as well, not just because that sugarcane cultivation was heavy in that area, but if you look at a lot of the land commission awards in that area, it provides a lot more meat to the history of the place because it talks about the host culture that was once the actual stewards of those lands and what they did a part of Kohawaii Pai'aina during that time. Those elements are really important to include. That's the reason why I guess this thing got triggered, because it's within the National Historic Registry area. A little bit more meat when it comes to public information provided for the general community out there, so they don't get this misinterpretation pertaining to everything after sugarcane and nothing before sugarcane. So mahalo for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kapu. Do we need to make a motion or make a list of suggestions and recommendations?
Maybe that's a good clarification point. Chair was asking me what sort of action we're looking at here. I don't know if the department or Mr. Ueoka has, the reason you're here and what you would request from the commission specifically. You had a set of comments that were already made. I don't think we normally see after comments are made, someone comes back after that. Those are the comments. So I'm not sure if you're requesting something that the commission takes some sort of action, or what exactly is being requested of the commission. I think that'd be helpful so the commissioners know what you're sort of requesting.
If I may, Chair, thank you. Jeff Ueoka for the applicant. I guess we were hoping for a statement, a revision of these comments at a minimum, removing the CIA requirement and the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council, and maybe some additional clarification on the signage, something concrete. Like the firmer we can get it, the better. And also some clarification that instead of this, or not, I shouldn't say instead of, but the comment would be to have a community meeting that should be, I guess, made publicly aware through,
Hold on, Jeff.
Letters.
Let me interject. This is Kavika from Planning
sure.
Department.
Go ahead.
So I thought I tried to provide context and refocus. So the planning department will respond back to Shipty's letter. And when the planning department respond back to Shipty's letter, I thought I had stated the department positions on the comments that were outstanding. And the department wants to know from the CRC in your guys' advisory capacity related to historic preservation and cultural resources, other considerations that should be included. What I thought I heard was that interpretive signage is extremely important. Consultation considerations as far as reaching out to family members in Ohana that may have an interest in this area. Effort should be explored to that end. Those were the two things that I heard for sure. Are there other types of recommendations that this body has that we as a department need to be made aware of?
Here. So this is a reply to SHPD, not to the applicant themselves, correct? Okay, so for SHPD, I'd like maybe them to clarify for us where in the Navaivai o Lahaina and the FEMA debris removal, they feel that the historical context is present for this specific project in regards to not a cultural impact assessment, but a cultural impact assessment.
And then just for clarification, I just wanted everybody to understand why I'm saying that a CIA is inappropriate, because a CIA is part of a sequential process that would result from an EIS.
Yeah, and I do understand that. So that's why I'm calling it a not cultural impact assessment, but getting the information that would come from a cultural impact assessment, like that information, right? So traditional settlement patterns, Native Hawaiian, mo'olelo, all of these things that are tied to this specific space that is going to be developed. So I guess we need to get away from calling it a cultural impact assessment, but that is basically the only phrase or thing that we know what to call it, right? Of all the things that we want encompassed. And if it is in the documents that they agree have it, then if they could just be very specific on where, like how that meets that requirement. Thank you.
Sure.
I have a comment. So shouldn't have that have been already addressed and covered in components of the AIS conducted by DEGA and by Frederickson if they incorporated this area. That's my understanding of that. Those are bullet points in the AIS as well, and that perhaps they were covered in that those reports.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
And that would be wonderful if we could see those things, the archaeological assessment and the archaeological inventory survey, and then their archaeological monitoring plan, but none of that has been provided for the record. So then we wouldn't have to ask the question, shouldn't that be in there, right? If those were before us today.
I just thought those were always, I just thought those were headings in your archaeological inventory survey reports, is my understanding, but I haven't seen either of those reports, but I always thought they were a part of it.
We'll double check on that.
I get it.
Commissioner Kapu.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to double check. So Dega was his recommendation complete on his final recommendation that he sent to the SHPD, State Historic Preservation Division? If not, then I guess we're waiting for that too. on what was finalized in the cultural inventory?
In the according to what he said earlier, is that the archaeological inventory survey, that perhaps the final report, which would turn into an archaeological assessment, because there hasn't been any significant findings, that perhaps that hasn't gotten the final approval yet. And that's why I was saying that perhaps if it hasn't had the final approval yet, I guess somebody would have to look at the report, or Dega just would make sure that perhaps on that part, that what we could recommend is, if it may have already been done, that he did consultation with the people who were bringing up certain points in 2022. Perhaps he went out and reached out to those people. And if he hasn't, perhaps that could be an amendment in, that can be a part of this. If it hasn't been finalized, that we could put it in, that he could, if there is maybe even this meeting that you guys are talking about, that maybe at that point, any families that want to input, that are, cultural or lineal descendants to the area and want to add to it, that could be put in at that time as an amendment in the archaeological assessment that doesn't have a final approval yet.
Okay, better to understand the situation, but I know that within that area, I don't know whether or not, that was included in Dega's response of what he was basically had to submit to SAPD, but what drew our concern in the beginning was the location of where the Jacobson Cemetery is. So I know the Jacobson Cemetery is within the parameters of the development, and we just wanted to know more information on how that would be definitely this development would be a negative impact to what was happening within that area. I know that the landowners was also, in the beginning, also owned that part of the property, including the bow tie. So really important we get some information from Dega, whatever came forward, because I don't know, the recommendation came from SAPD, came from Cultural Resources Commission, that this project should be reviewed by the Borough Council. Maybe that's the reason why. I don't know, but if we trying to get past all that rhetoric, just so the Hassan family can go forward and start doing their development plan, main thing we get all those things covered before we make any forward recommendations or motions to go forward. So
well, if there is a cemetery on the parcels, that should have been given a site number, which doesn't seem to show up. So perhaps, I don't know I haven't read the report, but that would seem like something that would be a very crucial point. If there was a cemetery known in there, that should have a site number, but it wasn't mentioned. So I'm a little bit confused about that right now.
Yeah, well, no, I just wanted to add that it's within the location, not exactly a part of where the development is, but it's nearby. So, let me use this as an example. We get plenty of families that are being triggered because they're buried that are 200 feet away or even way further away, that it falls within a historic preservation review. Now, this one is no different than all these other ones where the planning department is scrutinizing, saying that, well, you got to go to SAPD to put together a monitoring plan because they found one burial 200 yards away. Now, that's the recommendation coming from the planning department on certain projects. We're dealing with a few here in Lahaina town, even though if that project that they're working on the rebuild and they got their permitting, is still being stricken by a recommendation from SAPD. So my point is that all that should be included, even though if the cemetery is 100 feet away or 100 yards away. What does it say in the cultural inventory assessment? That's my question.
Okay, so if the cemetery is not located within the exact boundaries of the 6 or 7 parcels being developed, if it's outside of that, then what would happen from an SHPD standpoint is exactly what you're saying. Yes, like if it's 100 feet away, then what it triggers is the AIS. And so there was an AIS triggered for this. And that's probably also why they're also, even though they didn't find anything, that they're asking for the archaeological monitoring, just in case, because of the proximity, even though it's not within the parcels themselves, because of the proximity of this known cemetery, that's what triggered the AIS initially, and is triggering that there's going to be an archaeological monitoring plan just in case they come across anything while they're doing any soil movement.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kapoi. I just been kind of a little bit maka'ala, and I know that these things exist in the area, and also not just the Jacobson Cemetery, but known Hawaiian burials that were in that area also, which we got from the native as well as foreign testimony of those areas, especially during the time of sugarcane cultivation. They tried to care for the Jacobson Cemetery as the land's being transferred by new land ownership. Those things tend to disappear. I just want to make sure that in the report on the cultural assessment is done to just, the fact that we got to mention that these things do exist, even though if it's outside of the project area, it's still a part of the cultural properties model, right? So, sorry for being so kind nitpicky on certain things, but I mean, if we're trying to protect the integrity and the culture of our town, let's make sure we hammer every stone and include that to be a part of the project. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioners, for your guys' manao. Yes, Jeff.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I didn't bring it up earlier, but if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen. This is the copy of the draft archaeological assessment for the lots. So it was revised in March of 2026. My understanding is this was submitted, but as I said, we hadn't gotten the approval yet. But if you do check the table of contents, exactly like Commissioner Kapoi mentioned, that there is a traditional and historic setting component of it. Pre-contact, early post-contact, mahele, and later post-contact to address that concern. And then there was a consultation section. Sorry, I'm gonna try to get us there. So I believe, exactly like Mr. Commissioner Kapu mentioned, back in 2022, he attended a site visit on the area with Mrs. Kapu and Ms. Ahia, and they provided comments on it back then in 2022. And exactly like he had mentioned today, there was some waterline work that was being conducted. I think it's a few hundred yards south it's kind of more by the park. Yeah, the Lahaina not Civic Center, the Lahaina Recreational Park in the pool in that general vicinity. So exactly like you said, close, but not on the project site, or I keep saying that, not on these 7 lots, of course. And there's a listing of all the LCAs in the area, and that was the consultation, I believe. And but I do understand exactly what Vice Chair Mather is talking about, where you want community input and consultation, and I think we can respect that. We just would really hope to avoid the technical details at this point, since the AIS, as Commissioner Kapoi mentioned, does cover a lot of the matters as we were looking at. So just wanted to share this small section. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, mahalo. Mahalo, Jeff. I think there was a lot of recommendations that was offered. I believe that we can move. Oh, go ahead, Kavika.
So it sounds like you guys want to have this come back next month with all the archaeological studies, and then have the applicant provide an update on consultation effort. But what it absolutely sounds like is you guys don't want the department to respond back to SHPT yet.
Yeah, I don't think sorry, is it okay, Chair?
Go ahead.
I don't think all of the comments that that were a part of the CRC's letter in 2022 have been met or adequately, what's the word? Yeah, Lahaina. Yeah, adequately addressed. Thank you. So if that means that the applicant comes back next month with the archaeological monitoring plan and the archaeological assessment, which it sounds like they will be able to do because they've addressed and resolved all of the issues that are outstanding from SHPD. That would be wonderful, because although Mr. Ueoka did share part of page 29 with the consultation, that doesn't look adequate to me. And then one of the individuals they consulted with said, don't do this. So I'd just like to see more before we make any comment back to SHPD saying, we're good, moving forward.
Yeah, is there any way that, since we saw what is in the AIS, that at this point we could say we're good with outdoing the cultural impact assessment and without having them go to the burial council, but that we would like to ask for additional, that a group, a meeting planned, and for Mike Day, or for, who's it, scientific consultant, SCS, to go and do maybe as an amendment in that report that's not finalized yet, that if they could put something in there with additional consultation of that report, would that be something that we could move forward with? Because then, coming back in a month, we already know what's in there right now and what we want. Is there any way to just say what we want right now as a part of that before it gets approved?
Yeah.
Who are you asking? Andre, Commissioner Kapoi?
Yeah, well, I was just wondering, instead of coming back in a month, if we could just make, right now it seems as if what our concerns were, that maybe the consultation part needed to be a little more thorough, and maybe that they can add some information after, making the meeting that they've agreed to have with the community and any, cultural lineal descendants to the area, and to incorporate that into this before it gets finalized, attach it to that archaeological assessment, or AIS turned archaeological assessment, if that would be something that's possible.
A motion providing clarity would be an excellent idea.
Just to clarify, so the letter is going to be from the planning department. It's not going to be planning department on behalf of the CRC to take action. So I want to get that clarified. So SHPD is asking the department for comment, not the CRC itself. Right, because I just didn't know if this was, because we heard two different things. One, we heard amending previous comments to say, here's different comments. The other was, no, they don't want you to do that. The department's going to respond, because SHPD sent something to the department asking for the department's response, and you're getting CRC's input. But the letter is going to be Department of Planning. That's it, not on behalf of CRC. It's Department of Planning with, we talked to CRC, and here's what we're saying, so I just want to get that clarified, because normally if the CRC is taking the action to send out their letter, while the department would send the letter out, that's the CRC's letter that you send out as their staff. If this is a department letter, where it's basically the planning director decision on the response, that's separate. And then, you would get the CRC's comments, but then send a letter on behalf of the department. So I think that'd be good to clarify for the CRC what that's going to look like.
So sorry, just for clarification. So we're at the point where CRC is looking at what CRC said previously, so that we can ascertain whether or not those comments that we made have been adequately addressed. So then we can give the department our feedback. So then the department can send a letter back to SHPD saying these certain things. So, right. So we're at that first step where we're still dealing with the applicant. Just making sure that that's where we are in the process, because now it's like, if we're not done with the applicant, we can't give you recommendations to include in your letter to SHPD.
It sounds like we're going to have two letters. It sounds like we're going to have two letters.
Okay, wait, explain why two letters. One from CRC, one from Department Planning.
Yep. And the department is going to hold off on this letter based on the comments that we shared today.
Okay. Okay, so today's discussion would be what we are formulating to send the CRC's stance to SHPD. That letter.
Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, no, sorry, it's Jeff.
Oh, sorry, Jeff.
Oh, thank you. I guess this is kind of what I was hoping that, and I understand what Mr. Farm was suggesting, but in the alternative, could we get almost a letter like rescinding the February 2022 letter and its comments, and instead giving us the new, more directed comments that this body was talking about today regarding, have a community meeting, signage, also recognizing the pre-contact history. And, that way would remove the CIA mention and would be a little bit more specific on the signage requirements and be more clarifying on some sort of piece needs to be made and, not having to go to the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council. So at least we would have a clear roadmap on what we would need to do to satisfy the CRC's comments, and then we can work with SHPD once we satisfy those comments and move forward. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, you're welcome, Jeff.
Yeah, so that's why I was trying to get this clarified, because normally an applicant would come back because they're requested to do something, and getting clarity on what they're requesting you to do, obviously you'd have to be, okay with it. But to know what they're looking for, I think is helpful. So I just want to get that clarified. If there's a request to, it sounds like comments were made. Normally you don't go back and redo comments. Those are the comments, but it sounds like the applicant is saying these are creating issues. We also think some of these we would request that you take a look at based on passage of time and other things. So it sounds like you're being requested to send either a revised letter or something saying this is a different set of comments from, versus 2022. We're going to ask you to do something different. It sounds like that's what the applicant's requesting, but I don't want to contradict the department there, though. If the department has something in mind, because they're communicating directly with SHPD on this. So I would want to get this clarified so you know what you're going to be asked to do here, because I'm still not 100% clear. It sounds like you need you're being requested to revise your comments, send another letter saying our revised comments based on the information presented to us are these. But someone can correct me if I'm wrong there, because it sounds like there was a discussion of the department, not the CRC, responding directly to the SHPD about that. But of course, in doing that, the department couldn't necessarily rescind or amend the previous comments. So that's sort of what we're looking at. If we're going to be requested to rescind or amend previous comments, the CRC would have to be the one to do that. So if that's what's being requested, I think that's what you're looking at here. see a legal issue necessarily. It's, you know. In the applicants here with their presentation, so we can discuss on the record. If you want to take a reset and you talk with me, you can do that. Okay, that's fine.
An executive.
I think we need executive session. If I just prefer to talk to Kavika, that's fine.
10. 10.
Could be a good 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess, commissioners, and then we'll resume in a bit. So about 11:56, we'll come back. Okay, welcome back, commissioners. Kavika, okay, I'll have Kavika do a presentation.
So I misspoke. The department will not be sending a letter at this time. The commission should make recommendations based on the 2022 CRC letter. I was providing the department's position based on the comments that were made, but you guys should provide whatever thoughts and comments you guys have based on the presentation that was made by the applicant. Whether you think that the comments were satisfied or there's some clarity that needs to be made or some additional effort needs to be made. And yeah, thank you.
So I think where you would potentially be headed is an updated communication, updated set of comments, perhaps. The request is to make modifications to the 2022 set of comments. I think you're free to make the comments as you see fit. I think the department, if it would elect, could separately send a correspondence to the relevant agencies if they wanted to, but I think the request is to sort of take a second look at those 2022 comments and see if there's if you have any further comment to send, essentially, or to I think the request is to modify them. So I think that's sort of up to you how you would want to respond to that request, if at all. But I think that's something you could do. So if you if you're or if you want more information, you can certainly ask for more information. But if you want to proceed with that, I think you could, work on perhaps a revised set of comments or communication that you would assist the department in preparing as on the CRC's behalf.
Okay, so based on comments made in 2022 and then based on the presentation today, it will be a revised, updated comment and recommendation to the applicant?
I think it's two, and Mr. Farm can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the request is to respond to SHPD and with a communication based on your set of comments. So if your response is we don't necessarily agree with certain, your request is just to communicate that you are okay with certain different things being done other than what was originally requested. So I think if you have that, some form of a revised letter, whether it's to SHPD or to the applicant, or both, I think that's what's being requested.
Okay.
Oh, Chair, Jeff Ueoka again, if I may.
Yes, Jeff.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I was able to speak to Mr. Hassan during the break, and he wanted to, for me to, let you guys know that he was in touch with Ahamoku o Maui, and that his contractor is Kai Keahi, and I believe Mr. Keahi's been, consulting with the neighbors also. And he is also, Mr. Hassan is also consulted with the neighbors, and he doesn't want to say the names of the neighbors to respect their privacy, but he hasn't had any complaints from them either on this. So just wanted to let you know that he was doing community outreach. It's maybe not as broad as what you guys would like, but it has been done to a certain degree. So I just want to update you on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. So as part of our revised comments, recommendations, and concerns, how should we list them?
Okay.
Well, two of the things that, two of the things that were on the initial one, asking for the CIA, I think we were going to say that that was not needed anymore, but that one of our concerns was to have this meeting with the community, and if also everybody agrees, or I don't know at what level you want this, but to have perhaps part of the archaeological assessment to include a more thorough consultation with either lineal or cultural descendants in the area, or that could just be, that's what we were talking about, perhaps putting it as an amendment or not, just having the meeting and seeing if anything comes out from that is another option. And then the other thing is that going to the burial council, that would not be, that was one of the 2022 recommendations, which would not be needed. If there was any, that would be addressed actually during the archaeological monitoring component. If there was anything that did come up on any of these lots, then of course it would trigger that the burial council would be contacted if anything was found during the monitoring of this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Kapoi.
I can make a motion, and then if I get a second, then we can move into discussion to make any amendments to that if possible, Chair.
Go ahead.
So I move that the Commission needs additional information before concluding that the Commission's February 28th, 2022 comments have been fully addressed, and recommend that the applicant provide the March 2026 SHPD letter referenced in today's presentation. Identify and provide the specific cultural studies relied upon and include them in the record, demonstrating how the cited studies address this specific project. And in lieu of the previously requested cultural impact assessment, provide a broader project-specific cultural study that addresses the 22 concerns, or otherwise demonstrate how those concerns have been substantively addressed, which can be included in the AIS. Remove the consultation with the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council. Document project-specific consultation with Lahaina descendants, generational families, cultural practitioners, and community organizations through a publicized event and personal outreach. Clarify the status of SHPD's review, including final acceptance of the archaeological documents and the utility plans. And then submit a detailed interpretive plan, including interpretation that reflects the full cultural history of the area, including Native Hawaiian history.
Okay, motion by Vice Chair.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Poipoi.
So as a move on, I believe this does what Mr. Ueoka was asking. It doesn't rescind the comments, because we don't ever want to say that commission, their comments don't matter anymore. They do matter. And now we are taking into account the discussions that we had today and some of the recommendations that came out of those discussions to be maybe a little bit more specific and impactful about what we want to see happen for for this to move forward, or at least to get closer to it moving forward. And so that is the reason why it was very specific to those points that were included in the motion.
Mahalo, Vice Chair. Further discussion? Seeing none, is there a timeline that our applicant needs to come back to update us? Do there need to be a timeline?
No, I would ask the applicant if next month would be enough time to do consultation effort.
Mr. Ueoka, is next month possible?
I don't think we could organize a community meeting and properly notice. Mr. San's telling me yes, we can be back. Just out of curiosity too, so are we needing the CRC's approval, or are these just comments that they, to do these things? Or are we supposed to get your approval? I don't think it's a comment process, is my understanding. That's just the thing. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Well, I think these are all comments, but it sounds like you're requesting revisions to comments or some different set of comments that was already provided, because it appears that those comments have resulted in the project not being able, or the whatever plans you have not going forward, if that's my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. I think my question was, the first set was to do these things and, fulfill them. Shipty looked at the list and said, hey, you haven't done them yet. From what the motion seems to be indicating is we're required to come back to the CRC. My impression was we just have to satisfy them, and, Shipty was asking that we satisfy them, but the motion seemed like we need to come back to the CRC for an approval of sorts. I just wanted to clarify that from the language of the motion, or what the intent is with the motion.
Go ahead, Jim.
So I can repeat the beginning of the motion, which is that we just need additional information because we're trying to conclude whether or not the Commission's 2022 comments have been fulfilled and fully addressed. And so we're recommending to you, the applicant, to do these things. And some of those things that we're recommending were because of the feedback that we had from you. Like, we don't want to do a CIA, or we don't have the capability to do a CIA. Well, and SHPD has said that these reports meet some of the requirements. So if you could just illustrate through the record that those studies do, that would help fulfill the comments being Powell, right? We can put those to sleep because they've got these reports and they are specific on this project, and so that there's no question about whether or not those studies do in fact do those things. And that seems like it would be the quickest and easiest way for you to address that in lieu of a cultural impact assessment, right? And then the next point would be, if you can't do that and those reports don't actually, when you look at them and you can't find anything that helps you to identify the cultural pieces of the bow tie area, then maybe you just need to do a cultural assessment of your own and then place that in an AIS or whatever it may be. But then we really, really want you to do consultation. And SHPD, from their letter, also really, really wants you to do consultation, right? And consultation, yeah, it does mean, going and talking to your neighbors, but we want it to be documented so that you can come back and say, I've done it, and these are the people that were involved. And, there are some people who don't want to be who want to remain anonymous. And of course, as an oral historian, there's always those people, right? And then you just say, these individuals on this date who remain anonymous had this to say, and you know, because confidentiality is super important. I get that as an ethnographer, but just the steps there are there for you, for not, this is coming from me personally as a commissioner, but not to say you can't have this and this is not approved. It's to say we're helping you fulfill the comments or deal with the comments that commission in 2022 came up with. I don't know if I answered your question. I'm sorry, Mr. Ueoka. I just totally destroyed your name. I'm so sorry.
That's not even the worst one I've ever heard of it, so no problem. Thank you. I guess my hope would be like it would just be comments, not talking about, you know, in order to satisfy this comment, you need to do X, Y, and Z. It would just be, these are our comments and clarification on, you know, what was meant by this. And again, like, this is, the end goal here is 7 single family homes for Lahaina people. And it seems like this whole cultural assessment for 7 single family homes is a lot. I guess that's, sorry, I know it just seems like it's a lot for this, and we're hoping to get under construction as soon as possible. We're hopeful we can get back, you know, we can produce these documents in a month, but we're hoping not to have to come back to the CRC specifically and present. It would just be a comment, this is what we want to see done, and good luck. That's my hope. So thank you, Chair and Vice Chair Mather. Really appreciate the detailed comments.
So just to clarify for the move on, is it a deferral requesting additional information for them to come back to you? So I think you would keep it, as far as the actions to be taken, perhaps it would be, if you need additional information, if your request is to defer action on making comments because you need additional information to be provided to the commission, then I think the idea would be to defer and then state the things you need to make the additional decision making. And then in the future meeting, you would decide whether or not to modify or send a revised set of comments on the original set of comments. Maybe you don't get that information, maybe you would. I think to say to have to do certain, like, hold meetings and stuff in the meantime and then come back. Normally the comment would be hold those meetings in lieu of the assessment, or not say we still think you should do the assessment, but to say you've got to do certain things. Normally, if you're going to defer, it's to get additional information. I don't think we could necessarily say as a comment, you have to do this in the interim and then come back to us and report like some type of action, I think, other than providing the information that you would need to make a decision. Or if you are ready to make a decision, you can make a decision today to modify, not modify, or send whatever other comments you would want to today. But if the commission thinks, you know what, we really need to see this additional information before we are comfortable doing certain things, that's within your purview, I think, but the motion would be in the form of deferring action and specifying exactly what you would want to see before the next meeting, before you make your comments. Or if you're comfortable making comments, making those comments. But I think that's where you're maybe be at.
So I would need to amend my motion to say deferral and then give all of these things. Is that what you're saying?
If that's what the CRC wants to do, then yes, that would be the action, I think.
Okay, so I guess we have to, as a CRC, have that discussion of what the end goal is of this, because we're not even to the point where we're looking at approving the plans, right? We're still talking about comments at this point.
Yeah, and I would say your authority isn't any broader than it was the first time. It's to make it's to do design review, and in that there are certainly cultural considerations. It says that in the section of the code, but it's that design review. It's not the same thing as the permit approval that you had on the first item, for the courthouse. It's a bit different. So I don't think it's any necessarily broader than it was the first time around, but it seems to be that at least one agency or agencies have looked at those comments and said, we're going to require them to do all of that. And it's sort of up to you if you want to modify those or not. But if the motion is to get additional information before taking action, then yeah, that would be it.
Okay, and so that's why my motion stands as it is, because I, as the move-on, believe all of these things still need to be addressed. And I guess we're in discussion now, so if anybody has any amendments to the motion, then I'm happy to move from there.
Oh, excuse me, Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Poi.
My understanding is the motion, well, I think it simplifies what the ask is, instead of asking for something that doesn't really fit into, but instead of asking for a CIA, which would be required as part of other stuff that doesn't necessarily apply to this, look for the examples within the documents that already exist, right? The reference material should have cultural references for the area that acts in the absence of, or acts in the place of CIA. So no need one, yeah? More easy. But then the later review is hard if the thing hasn't been done already. But we asking if that can be done by the applicant, right?
Correct, yes.
All right, thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
So I guess going back to Mr. Hopper's statement, so do I need to amend my own motion to add the verbiage about this being a deferral?
Why don't you restate so staff can be clear on it? But yeah, if the action is a deferral for you to get that information, I think that should be made clear what the action is.
Do you need me to read the whole thing over again, or just the like preamble bit? I can amend. I could move to amend to add the word deferral in. Mr. Hopper, can I just move to amend?
Well, yeah, their motion. I think the motion was in substance, was to do that, but I think you would be clear that you're moving to defer, and what you want the applicant to provide you as far as information at I guess, and if you want to defer to a date certain when the deferral will be until.
Okay, I don't want to add a specific date that's really close, but could we add something that, I mean, because the applicant has said that they're going to be able to do it in a month. Doing this kind of work, well, that's a slim amount of time. So I move to amend the main motion to add.
And then Chair, or I don't think you have to put a date certain in. It's just that if you don't, then you don't know when you're going to see it again. I mean, I suppose it would behoove the applicant to move as quickly as they would like, because they don't want any delays. So if you're okay without a date certain, that's fine, but I'm saying that's an option.
Okay, mahalo. So I move to amend the main motion to add deferral as well as additional information, with the applicant returning to the Cultural Resources Commission by no later than the September scheduled Cultural Resources Commission. And then I would need a second for that, right? The September 3rd Cultural Resources Commission meeting.
And this is for the reference material, like a lit review without the public meetings, right?
It would be for the entire motion. I'm just adding the word defer into it. So it would be like, I move that the Cultural Resources Commission defer this item because we need additional information. And our recommendation is that the applicant do all of the things that I said before.
Second.
Mahalo.
Motion by Vice Chair, second by Commissioner Kapoi. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The
Aye.
vote is unanimous. We just don't have. Yeah. And so that's the vote on the amendment. And then we go back to discussion. You lost Commissioner Kapoi. Are we still looking, yeah? Okay. Okay. Further discussion on the amendment, and I guess
I do not have any further discussion on the main motion. So if we want to just call for the vote, maybe.
Okay. And the vote is to the deferral, yeah. It's to moving this. Okay. Okay, calling for a vote to defer this agenda item C1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I want to do a roll call, or at least ask people to put their hands up because it's hard to hear sometimes.
Okay, Kalamai,
Aye.
sorry, one more time. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Kalamai, before we go into the vote, sorry, Commissioner Arakawa, I just want to go back to discussion. So the client or the applicant is going to have to come back and even to present. I don't want to take away from our authority to give advisory, but I also it's 2026 and this is 2022, so the applicant has to come back and share their findings of outreach, recommendations for signage. I'm struggling with the language of like balancing position on the commission. Like this is why we're here, to be able to give advisory, but I don't want to prolong the process, but I'm also like want to be sure we're being like we have to make sure we have quorum, which is always really hard to have meetings. And so defer, and I'm torn a little in the what we're voting for as what it was amended to be, when I do hear the applicant saying like they, from the break have now they do plan to have those things. I'm struggling a little on the motion, and then the deferral to the September meeting, hoping that we have the right amount of people to be here for meetings, and not delaying a process, but also being proactive and of what our role is to give feedback.
Thank you, Commissioner Arakawa. And I believe it was a tricky one to begin with, especially since the comments have been made 4 years ago. And I think it's just for us to get further information to have our commission meeting today to be able to give comments in today's year, and not fully support what's already been said. Because if that was the case, we could have just had cleared it and just say, okay, well, that's what they did 4 years ago, and then be okay. I think this is more for us to have a better backing. So the statements that we do say from today would be valid from us rather than from those from 4 years ago. I hope that helps to clear mind. But I do understand about the quorum and the meetings and the process of it not being able to, for us to meet, to get it to that level to finish it. Yeah, so I do have that concerns as well, but I hope that helped clarify some parts.
Yes, mahalo.
Commissioner Poi Poi?
Yeah, I remember taking part in being the support behind forming this these types of commissions. I guess I wonder if I don't. But yeah, well, these things only work if we fight so hard for them, and then we get them, and then like not flat tire at the end. But on the side of well, in recognition of that, I did want to ask Corp Council maybe if we have some requirements for so what I'm getting at is do we have kuleana to the shot clock? Is there a shot clock applied to this application?
Department can maybe confirm. I don't think this is treated as a business or development related permit that has a time frame in HRS 91-13.5 with an automatic approval time frame, because it's a set of comments. So I don't think so. But I don't know of anything or have reviewed anything that requires that time frame. And it does appear that the agencies are holding this up based on the comments. But nothing that would result in, to my knowledge, an automatic approval if there's not an action by a certain date. But department could correct me if I'm wrong on that potentially.
It'd be great to accomplish both at the same time, having complete information for the satisfaction of the whole purpose of the premise of this commission, while also not prolonging them, as Commissioner Arakawa mentioned. If we and then that comes with, I'm not sure if the I know what was important was having some similar information that would be included in a CIA to be provided in a document that comes from existing studies or reports from other projects that could be referenced right back. Yeah. If that exists, then you just eliminated the need for the CIA. Like that's the alternative to the CIA, and that would satisfy that requirement, or that would satisfy that portion of the application. And then the public outreach might be the snag, right? Let's set up everything and all that would be somewhat difficult. I don't know. That would be in person, or like you can set up something. It can be done by like tomorrow, if anything, right? By Zoom, or there's like opportunities do exist, like such as this, and I guess it still goes to Planning Commission before approval. No, it's waiting on our Cultural Resource Commission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we're waiting for SHPD, and SHPD wants your the CRC's comments addressed from that February 20, 2022 letter. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Poi Kalamai.
So, Chair. So, Commissioner Arakawa, do you have any amendments to my motion that would help alleviate some of the issues that you have? Maybe if you wanted it to soften or if you wanted to take certain things out, I'm willing to have that discussion now with you. Just for that balance that you're asking for. I can't do anything about quorum, although I have been trying to recruit people, but you know.
No, me too. I feel a lot better going into the vote. I don't have any. I think I was just a little like, I understand now. I think even from chairs, addressing comments that were made 4 years ago to what it is presently. I'm gonna say good luck to Mr. Ueoka when coming back, and if we could go to the vote, and yeah, I have no changes or amendments to the motion.
Okay, mahalo.
Thank you for the discussion. I just wanted to kind of, yeah.
Yeah, no, anytime, commissioners, we need to further discuss anything, yeah, let us know.
Can we get a roll call vote?
We're doing a roll call vote on
The main
the
motion.
deferral.
The main motion.
The main motion, which is to deferral. Okay. Okay, Commissioners Makoko, can we do a roll call vote on the motion to defer this amendment, this agenda item?
Aye.
Usually they call each.
It's like, Jacob.
Okay, we could do roll call vote. First, we'll go with Commissioner Kapu.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Poi. Yeah, I seen you raise your hand. Commissioner Arakawa.
Aye.
Vice Chair Mather.
Aye.
And Chair Kamanu.
Aye.
It is 5.
5 votes. The motion had been passed. This item will be deferral on the next agenda item, or at least, no later than September 3rd, Cultural Resources meeting. Yes, Kalamai. Thank you, Mr. Ueoka, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair and Commission members. Mr. Farr, will we be getting a letter outlining the I guess the motion, whatever the motion was?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, members, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Aloha. Okay, moving on to agenda D, communications. D1, letter dated April 27, 2026 to the State of Hawaii Department of Health invites Maui County Cultural Resources Commission to participate in Section 106 Consultation Honoapiilani. Number 1, Force Main Replacement Clean Water State Revolving Fund Project. Honokōhau, Ahupua'a, Lahaina District, Maui, and we have the TMK numbers there. Do we have a presenter?
Yes, I believe we
Can
do.
you hear me? Yes.
Yes. Aloha, welcome.
Aloha, members of the commission. My name is
Juan Rivera. I am the Capital Improvement Program Manager for the County of Maui Wastewater Reclamation Division, and I'll be giving a brief introduction to this project. I will share my screen. Let's see. First, we'll go to the, this is your letter. This is about the new force main that is going to replace an aging 20-inch line that goes into the Lahaina wastewater treatment plant. It's better to look it up on the map, but if you look at this map of Honokōhau, this dotted blue line that you see here is the existing line that will be replaced. The pump station is on this lot here near the rather than lower Honoapiilani highway, and we intend to replace that line following pretty much the same alignment past the shopping center, and then across the highway. It'll come pretty much same alignment we see here into this influence structure inside the treatment plant, and then from there the action is also to replace this line you see here above ground that goes into the headworks building, which is where all the raw sewage comes in and gets treated. We looking at the aerial view. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, you can see the pump station is here. It's this building, and we have a separate project to replace that pump station. But this is to replace the pipe that goes out of it, and it travels along the lower Honoapiilani highway. Sorry. We intend. Let me get out this view. We intend to do mostly a lot of open trench in some portions, but we're going to be using directional drilling or trench-like technology to get under this flood control structure. And then we're also going to go underneath the highway using trench-like technology, so we don't have to close the highway. We have, if you look at the plans here, traffic control plans. Sorry. We have taken great care in laying out the pipe and laying out the pits where we're going to do the trenchless construction. So we take advantage of the widened road and have as little disruption as possible of the highway. And that's in a nutshell the project. And what we're seeking right now is a consultation according to, if you go back and look at this letter at the agenda. So sorry, this is the letter that was sent from the state. Basically, we're interested in any information that you have on the historic and cultural sites that have been recorded in the area. This is for us to complete our consultation for Section 106, which we need to complete in order to obtain the state revolving fund loan that we're using to finance this project. With me today, I have Derek Ono from Jacobs Engineering. He's one of a representative of the consulting firm, the designer, and we are open to your comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'm going to open up to public testimony. Do we have anybody wishing to testify, Jacob, at this time?
Chair, I see no one online or in person wishing to testify.
Mahalo. Public testimony is now closed. Commissioners, do you have any questions for our presenter?
I just have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Meader.
Mahalo, Mr. Rivera. Vice Chair May there. Does this force main or this trenching or anything impact any of the waterways there in Honokōhau? I can't tell from your many maps.
No, and we intend no, it doesn't affect any of the waterways. In fact, we selected trenchless construction to go underneath the concrete, the existing concrete flood control structure, just so we didn't have to touch any of that. We did investigate alternative routes, and we selected this one just for that very reason.
Okay, Mahalo, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Mather. Commissioners, any other questions or maybe comments of the history that Mr. Rivera was talking about?
I get one question.
Yes, Commissioner.
The plant, the cesspool plant, is that the one, the Honoapiilani one? Yeah.
But it's a main water treatment plant in Honokōhau, yeah, in Lahaina.
Is that the one? I guess what's happening is they're expanding it or extending it.
No, this is we have several projects out there to improve redundancy and expand the reuse water use, the production of reused water. However, this project is only to replace an aging force main that was identified. This is the main force main that conveys all the sewage from Napili, from Honokōhau all the way to Kapalua. And we're trying to, it's part of our program to replace all lines before they bust out and cause a major problem.
Okay. I was just wondering whether or not it was in relationship to the septic tank, the cesspool station, on whether or not they're going to be any kind of additions added to that area because of the infrastructure going to change. Because I know previously there were historic property that were found.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's not related to that, then okay.
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kapu. Commissioners, anything else? No. Okay.
Yep.
Seeing none.
Yeah, we would appreciate if you have any comments addressed to us. Yes, sorry, sir.
No,
Go ahead, Commissioner Kapu.
So
Sorry.
the county, this is a county project, and are you guys going to be doing the project, or is there a subcontractor that you guys going to contract to do that?
This project has already been bid out and it's been awarded to Alpha Construction, and we're just getting the final approvals here before they go and break ground.
Okay. So all the recommendations or requirements, would you have to go and comply to state historic preservation review, being that you guys going underground?
We are doing all the procedures through SHPT, yes.
Okay. Okay. So in the Cultural Resources Commission's recommendation, will we be provided that information once it comes from the state, or basically this project is just coming to the Cultural Resources Commission for review?
It's coming from, we were contacted because we have to address all the Hawaiian organizations and other pertinent agencies. So the goal is to obtain from the commission, if I can share my screen again, like the letter from the state says, we would like to get any comments that could be useful for us in terms of knowledge about the proposed project area. We just want to make sure that we cover all the bases and we're not, going to be trespassing on anybody's rights. So,
And it's a 106 consultation process too.
yeah.
So literally that means money that'll be utilized coming from the federal departments.
Yes, it's a
That's
state
the reason
revolving
why it's
fund
triggered
loan.
to 106.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Mahalo. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Aloha, this is Lakshmi from the planning department. I think the applicant here is mainly only asking about if there's any cultural or historical sites affected due to this replacement of pipes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason why I asked a question on State Historic Preservation Division review and recommendations and comments on whether or not they can have to be required to provide monitoring for the area.
Yeah, I know for a fact, and I pulled out the HICRIS number this morning, but we do have our application on HICRIS already. So.
Okay.
All right.
Mahalo. Commissioners, any other? No.
Just to Chair, just to ask Mr. Rivera, have you reached out to the Ahamoku folks for Ka'anapali? Because that would be within their jurisdictions.
I think we have. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I know we have reached out to a number, all the Native Hawaiian organizations that and community organizations in the area. I will have to go check on my list. But if I had to say, I would say yes. Yes, we have.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, because I don't think many of us on this commission are directly tied with Ka'anapali. I know Commissioner Kapu is well versed with many of the historical properties and things that go on up there, but more very specific to that Honokōhau area. Yeah, those folks, and then those folks will be able to tell you maybe generational families and things over there. But I don't have any comment, Chair. Mahalo.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Mahalo, Mr. Rivera. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Maybe just one more comment I'd like to make.
Go ahead.
Being that Vice Chair Maiden mentioned Ahamoku, the contact for that would be Uncle Philemon Sadang or Kaipo Kekona. They're the Moku representatives for Ka'anapali.
Okay.
Philemon Sadang and Kaipo Kekona is the island Po'o representative for that Moku.
Okay. Very well.
Thank you.
And also, like I said, as the letter stated, if you have any comments, just follow up with me or with Mr. Colton Birch, the Department of Health. Like I said, we're just trying to finish the Section 106 consultation so we can get state approval for the state revolving fund. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Great. Okay, moving on to the last agenda today. Agenda D2, review and comment of the archaeological inventory survey plan for the Honoapiilani Realignment Project, multiple Ahupua, Lahaina Moku, Maui Moku, and various TMKs. Do we have a presenter here?
Chair, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Before we start, I just have to ask Mr. Hopper, to disclose that I am an employee of Aina Archaeology, and I know this is just a review and comment, but I don't know if I have to recuse myself. I did not take part on the archaeological inventory survey plan. I did take part on the cultural impact assessment for the same project, but I just need some guidance out of like an abundance of caution.
I would advise if it's your employer, you would want to recuse yourself from participating and voting.
Okay, so I will recuse myself again. I am so sorry.
Well,
but now do we have
But we don't have to vote. They just review and comment. We lost Kapoi.
you can't review and comment if you've got quorum. Comments are considered an action. So yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that. Didn't realize a member had left, to be honest.
Is there any way that we can reach out to the other commissioners, see if she could get back on?
No, you would need to vote at some point, so that's the problem. You could potentially count towards quorum if you just like sat there, but you'd need 5 votes is the problem. So that's the challenge. Oh wait, if you well, what you could do, if you could find somebody, I think that's fine. Otherwise, I suppose you could count towards quorum and sit here and listen to the presentation. But not take any action on it. I suppose you could do that, because without a quorum, you can still hear presentations, but the problem is that you would have to be, the meeting's technically canceled, and then you have to do all kinds of things before you can hear this again. I think, however, this doesn't necessarily help the applicant a ton because it doesn't get them to action, but if you want to just hear the presentation, I suppose you could hear the presentation and ask questions, but you could not take action because one of the members can't deliberate or discuss. But I think you can basically be there and act towards quorum potentially for this one. I'd be okay with that, I think. I don't know how much that helps the applicant, and I don't know what the potential is of getting the 6th member is, but yeah, we would need that.
So in order to make comments, we need quorum.
Yes, making comments is an action. That's an action. It's not approving a project, but to make a comment on something, you do need a majority action. It's considered an action.
Gotcha.
Sorry. So potentially, if this body doesn't have any comments, then they wouldn't have any action anyways. And then I can still sit here for quorum.
I would say deciding to make no comments would be an action too. I mean, like if you had 5 members, you might have a comment. That's where we get into, I don't think I'm comfortable with anything other than sitting there or to having quorum. And even that, I can see arguments against that. But I think that we're okay to hear the presentation at this point. I'd be okay with that.
And will they have to come back in case?
I mean, if they want to see what happens, yeah. And probably, and they probably would want to come back to answer questions. They could appear remotely for sure, but I mean, I'm just trying to give an option. You could certainly cancel this portion of the meeting too, and just wait till next time so everyone can hear it.
They don't have to present again.
I would say they wouldn't, because the any new members coming in would be able to get the video of the meeting and see what happened, and they should do that. They would probably want to show up in case those members had questions, though, and in case other members had questions also. So I think I'd be okay with questions, but no deliberation or discussion. I'm okay with you counting towards quorum. I think we could make that an argument for that, but other than that, I don't think we can maybe really take any action on this one. So I guess the applicant could decide if they want to proceed with only doing the presentation, or if they want to wait until this is has a potential for actual action.
Thank you. Commissioner Poi, Kalamai.
Just checking on very thorough PowerPoint presentation link that was provided. Really good. I've seen a date on sometime during 2028 was groundbreaking, or like in the beginning of starting the project. So I was going to ask, where along the timeline is this project, and would it be fine to possibly re-agendize this later on so that we can have full participation? I know it's the risk of, if you punt them on down the road, then we might not show up, right? But also, you're facing that right now. We're not going to be able to do anything but ask questions, and I have low faith in us asking only questions guarantee you're gonna have some comment to say by accident. So to eliminate that risk, the potential of it, I kind of signed in with a particular option.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So if it's possible, I would like to have H. Dot chime in, Pua, or someone from HDOT, mainly because this is a federally funded project, and there are timelines associated with that. The archaeological inventory survey is going to be pretty intense. So we are in a tight timeline, and we need to resubmit the inventory survey plan to SHPD with revisions that also take into account this body's comments. So we're on quite a tight timeline, but again, I would look for HDOT to weigh in on this one. Sorry.
Are they online? Anyone online?
Hi, this is Gerald Andrade. I'm actually a project manager on the consultant side for DOT. I'm trying to get DOT's representative to jump online.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Kapoi.
Could we consider one of Corp Council's options of having the presentation happen for the sake of the presentation and the timeline? I would be in favor of it's doubtful that we would get Commissioner Conley Kapoi back. And if there's only 4 participants, now, never mind. Because that would be it, right? If they presented and we had 5 members present, one not participating, we all not participating, just hearing out the presentation and commenting later would work for the applicant.
Could you do it by email comments?
No, because we have to have any kind of action has to be at a meeting under the Sunshine Law. So, yeah.
Also trying to get out before 2.
Yeah, so there's no way to complete the comments unless you have 5 members, an extra member at this point. Your options are hear the presentation and defer, or not hear the presentation and defer and hear the whole presentation later. I think that's kind of it, unless you can get a 5th member or a 6th member.
Deferral either way.
If you only got 4 eligible voters, then yeah, you can't take any action at that point.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Gerald Andrade again. A question: when would the next meeting be?
August
6th.
August 6th. Okay.
And then, Chair, you would have to absolutely have the other 5 members, and this commission is down to 6 members at the moment. So,
and put them in the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
First on the agenda. I'd just like to provide some comment to this plan. We've been involved in this plan from day one, way before the fire. I I know Pua Ayu, which is a consultant for the realignment of the highway plan, and we've been at it, taking in, for community consultation. And just a reminder, we've been through a lot. Um, from day one, now that the schematics basically changed, I know that the project they're looking at.
Guys, I think at this point, a couple things. One, we haven't taken public
Okay.
testimony. And
I
then
get it,
two,
yeah.
we don't have enough members for, I can understand this is a really important project. I understand that. But I don't want to set anything back by not following this correctly.
Yeah, well, I understand. I just, it's been a while. So hopefully by the next meeting, we can get quorum. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Did we try to reach out to Commissioner Conley Kapoi? She said no. Oh. Well, why don't we move to the next agenda item where we have quorum and then maybe come back? No? Good.
Okay.
Oh, wait, you're saying we might get her, you think?
Oh, we have another agenda item here.
What's a director report?
Yeah.
Finish that up.
Uh-huh. You guys know about the aesthetics in there?
I want to know about all this stuff.
Okay, well, we have the option that's being discussed to move to the director's report if there are ongoing efforts to get a sixth commissioner. And you can go to the director's report, have the report, public testimony, and then if there's comments, and then you can always go back to the last item if in case you get the extra member.
And then
How likely is, I'm sorry, Chair?
Oh, sorry, there's discussions going on now with,
Right.
see. You were communicating with Shamika? All right. He's okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sounds like we're not going to get the 6 anyway, so.
Okay. So unfortunately, due to the lack of quorum for agenda item D2, we won't be able to hear or make comments on the testimony that's being provided. But that's it, yeah.
Yeah,
We would defer.
your options are to hear the presentation or to defer the whole item until the next available meeting. Either case, you cannot take action to make the comments.
Okay. Commissioners. Go ahead, Commissioner Kapoi.
Is the comments the official mechanism of the process to move forward? For the project to move forward? Or does it need to be heard without comments and that's what is necessary for the project to be able to move forward?
This project is still going to move forward. They're not seeking an approval from the Cultural Resources Commission. I mean, as part of the process of consultation, they want you guys' input because it does involve cultural resources. So they want you guys' input. But I mean, you guys have the duty and responsibility of reviewing archaeological reports and cultural impact assessment. That's why it's before you guys. But as far as like waiting for you guys review to comment and provide comment, I don't know or think that the project is going to wait for that, because as I thought I heard earlier, they're under strict funding constraints.
Yeah. So this is a check box along the timeline of the project, right?
It's a part of our Section 106 review because we are receiving federal funding. It would be factored into the archaeological inventory survey plan as to how we are going to carry out the inventory survey work. We would also likely come back before this body to introduce the findings of that work. Right now, it's seeking comment on the methods and research design for the archaeological inventory survey because it is such a large project. It spans 3 aupua'a, and because it is in culturally sensitive areas, we are trying our best to do really good due diligence and outreach to ensure full transparency and a solid plan.
But this would be step one of a 3-step process, right? This would be the
Okay,
plan,
guys,
then the
yeah.
field work, then a
Guys,
report.
I think we really got to make a decision if we're gonna hear the presentation, which includes public testimony under the Sunshine Law, or if we're gonna defer the item. We're getting into sort of further on discussions here. And so I think we got to make that determination here. Because the more we talk about it, it sounds like an item we're discussing and need to take public testimony on. So I think we have to decide that kind of first and then see what we're going to do.
Do we still have quorum to hold the meeting?
I think you can hear the presentation because I think Commissioner Mather can be considered there for quorum. So I think you have 5 members for quorum, but that member cannot deliberate or vote. So you cannot actually take action on the item. I'm trying to give leeway to hear a presentation, but maybe it sounds like you would want to just to cancel this and have this at the next meeting because of all the nuances there. But I think we have to decide that now, because the more we discuss this, the more it appears we need to take public testimony because we're getting further down on the item.
Go ahead, Commissioner Arca.
Mahalo, Chair. Thank you so much, Aina Archaeology and team, for being here. It's long. You sat through the whole meeting, and so if you're asking me, I would love to hear the presentation if you're open to giving it. I think it's our kuleana as the commission to come prepared for the next time so that we can provide comment. But that's just kind of where I'm at, to get till 2:00 and be able to. But I would also, I know you were getting recommendation from HDOT if you were going to present. So I'm good for hearing the presentation if you're willing to give it, and if we're all willing to stay, and then deferring to provide comment at the next meeting.
Mahalo. Commissioner Poi, Kapu.
I'm open if anybody asks questions or give comment, and you can present really quickly.
Hi, Commissioner Kapu.
I yield to the majority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, mahalo. Could you go ahead and present?
Sure. I could try to do it real fast. Fast kind. Right. Aloha, commissioners. Mahalo for hanging out with me for a little bit longer. So we're here today to present on the Archaeological Inventory Survey Plan for the Honoapiilani Highway Improvements Project. Let's see. Sorry, now I'm all flustered because I'm like a China. The Honoapiilani Improvements Project is looking to realign the current highway back from the shoreline in response to sea level rise, coastal erosion, and ensuring that, you know, transportation can continue both ways. So up until this point, we've been going through the NEPA Section 106 process. We've gotten through that NEPA EIS process and the Hawaii State EIS process. Now we're in that refinement stage and presenting on the archaeological inventory survey plan. We submitted the draft AISP to County CRC staff as well as MLIBC. We presented this presentation to MLIBC at their June meeting, and we began working with CRC staff. Mahalo Kavika for working with us on that in March 2026 to be able to present at a high level the draft AISP today. You should have received the document in its totality as a part of your packets. So right now we are looking at the preferred alternative during the EIS process. The area that is outlined in that purple dotted area, that was our area of potential effect, where we looked at several different corridors or different alternative analysis to arrive at our preferred alternative, which is shown here in red. And then where they merged, all of the alternative corridors merged here in gray and yellow and then gray again. So this alignment right here, I don't know if you can see my cursor. That is out of all of the alternatives studied based on all of the various technical studies, including archaeological reconnaissance. This became the project's preferred alternative at zoomed out high level. This is the project alternative as it goes from Launiopoko through Olowalu Ahupua'a. The area that is shaded in blue or aqua there, that is the sea level rise exposure area. And the area shaded in yellow there, that is the corridor that the project is looking at for the realignment as it travels through Launiopoko Olowalu. This is the alignment as it travels through Ukumehame Ahupua'a. Again, the area in yellow is the corridor for the preferred alternative and the main focus area for the archaeological inventory survey. And then the area in blue is the sea level rise exposure area. So just a review of where we've been and where we are now. The EIS notice of intent went out as a part of that for the cultural resources aspect of the project. A reconnaissance level architectural survey was done of the entire APE. A reconnaissance level archaeological survey was done for all of the project alternatives or the various corridors that were studied for the alignment. And what we mean by that is we completed a intensive pedestrian survey. Our crew members were spaced 5 to 10 meters apart, depending on vegetation. When we encountered archaeological sites and features, we documented them at a very high level. We were able to identify the extent of all of the features, but we didn't go quite into the same detail that you would for an inventory survey that is consistent with 6E standards. So we were waiting until we could look at a more refined alternative to be able to then drill down to meet the Hawaii administrative rules that govern inventory surveys. So we know we have a good understanding of where all of the archaeological complexes are, what they consist of, and how they intersected all of the different alternatives. That went into the draft EIS and the alternatives analysis, and then the final EIS and record of a decision was made earlier this year. So currently we are post-final EIS. We are in the 6E And we have refined the project alternatives to the preferred alternatives. And now we are in our 6E8 review process and continued Section 106 process for review. So as a part of this final or the post-final EIS, the state implemented, or HDOT and FHWA, Federal Highways Administration, implemented a programmatic agreement that included continued investigation via archaeological inventory survey. When it goes to construction, there's already been a commitment for archaeological monitoring. So right now, at this moment, we are heading into the fieldwork for the AIS. The AISP that we are going to be presenting today is going to govern that work. And then we have continued community engagement and dialogue throughout this entire process. So that doesn't end, it's a continuation. Sorry. So into the archaeological inventory survey plan, we go into great detail in the document itself. So what we're going to present to you today is a very high level look at all of the methods proposed within the inventory survey plan. So within that refined alignment, the preferred, based on our previous reconnaissance work, our understanding and analysis of previous archaeological studies that have happened prior to the reconnaissance, we understand that currently the preferred alignment intersects 17 archaeological sites. This AIS emphasizes documentation standards plus targeted subsurface testing where sensitivity and construction impacts intersect the alignment. So to the right of the slide is the list of 17 known archaeological sites that are intersected by the preferred alignment that we see in an above ground context. So everything on the surface that we know of that intersect the alignment is in this table here. We have both large scale habitation complexes that are reflective, that the different site types associated with that include enclosures, terraces, and various alignments. We have habitation and agricultural complexes reflective of an extensive dryland system, dryland colluvial system. Those have agricultural terraces, agricultural pits, habitation terraces, some aspects of some ceremonial features within those complexes. We also have historic era sites, so post 1778, associated with what we believe to be the ranch operations that coexisted with the plantation sugar operations. And then we have what we're referring to as surface scatters. So surface scatters are materials that are on the surface that don't have an architectural expression. We are concerned with those because those may be a surface expression of a subsurface deposit. So in those instances, that's where the targeted subsurface testing comes to bear. So for the inventory survey detailed work, our above ground site and feature documentation, we are implementing several aspects to ensure that one, we are encountering and documenting everything that is within the alignment itself or the corridor that the alignment is within. We're not land surveyors, so we want to make sure that we are in the correct spot for such a important project. So where we had surface archaeological features, we had made a request to the land surveyors to go out and stake the upper limits of the right-of-way so that we could ensure that we had everything within the right-of-way from Mauka to Makai. Those stakes would guide our field teams to ensure that we are documenting what is within the preferred alignment. Documentation would consist of written descriptions, function interpretations, relationships with each other, and then, of course, the necessary significance assessments for both the state and national registers. photography to ensure that we have really good photographs using DSLR photo cameras, looking at overviews, construction style, as well as view sheds, because we want to ensure that we are taking that into account. We know that view sheds are very important as a part of the cultural landscape, and so that we understand it in its totality, as well as photographs of surface material in situ. Mapping and plotting as far as plan view maps would be accomplished through the use of a total station where that is feasible. In other areas where it's particularly cliffy and difficult to get to with equipment like a total station, we would look at tape and compass as a mapping methodology there. And then all locations of all of the sites will be plotted with a Trimble R2 antenna. And that Trimble R2 antenna would give us geospatial control within a decimeter range using post-processed data sets. Formal artifacts for surface cultural material scatters where we don't have surface architecture associated with that. We would be point plotting those with total stations before collecting those items for further analysis. In our labs here on Maui, no materials would go off island unless we were to submit for more refined analyses, microbotanical, pollen, phytolith, and things like that, where we would do that in order to understand what kinds of plants were being planted in any features that we would test. So that's the above ground site and feature documentation. Our subsurface survey, we would have targeted testing of our above ground features. We know that this entire area had been in one time or another subject to various degrees of ground disturbance, whether it was through intensive sugar cultivation or other areas grading for roads, cane haul roads and things like that. So we may not have surface expressions of these of what may be below ground. Particularly, we want to make sure that we're really, really sensitive to the potential for there to be iwi kupuna and in situ burial interments. So our subsurface testing strategy includes various manual and mechanically assisted methods that escalate based on the context and findings, right? So in some in cases like the surface scatters, we would use 30-centimeter shovel probes to see if there is anything below the ground, and then to identify out the extent of what is below the surface. If we find that, we would, in a situation like that, we would also employ half-meter, 50-centimeter shovel tests. So those squares that often are associated with archaeologists, that would be done in a more controlled manner than a shovel probe. So even though we've done the shovel probes, we'd still want to do additional excavation to get a really good control on what is below the surface and the interpretive contexts that may be there. Depending on what we are finding, we may also employ a 1 meter by 1 meter test unit or 1 meter by 50-centimeter test unit. So ranging in size, depending on findings, between 1.5 feet to 3 feet, 3 foot square units. For mechanical testing, these are in areas that we have no markers for surface on the surface. But based on research, based on deep excavation, we would seek out to continue to do some exploratory testing, and this would be done mechanically. Some of our surface scatters are further up in former sugarcane fields. These fields are the soil in these areas have a lot of stones and boulders, which make manual testing difficult. In those cases, if it is difficult to test manually because of the limitations of a shovel, we would seek to do very controlled mechanical testing in these areas. So our targeted mechanical excavation strategy is concentrated where we have archaeological sensitivity and anticipated disturbance overlap. So stormwater facilities, areas of deep construction like bridge abutments, where land commission awards intersect the alignment or the alignment corridor. And then we did do a a review of historic aerial photographs from the 1940s. We received those from RM Towell, where we were able to look at areas that look like there was some previous enclosures in the area. And so we did find one of those that overlap the preferred alternative corridor, and we would test that one as well. So what do those look like? So standard trench size, 5 meters in length, excavated to either the water table in the lower regions, sea horizon or parent material where we don't anticipating finding cultural deposits in those kinds of horizons or bedrock. So cultural layers would trigger, identifying cultural layers would trigger manual excavation if we're doing it mechanically, samples, collection of samples, profiles to scale, and plan view maps as appropriate. This is a, so this is the overview of the preferred alignment. The table to the left describes areas that are targeted areas for subsurface testing. To the right, there are aerial maps showing the alignment here in blue, solid outlined in blue. Areas shaded in with the blue interior here and in here are previously identified archaeological sites that intersect the alignment. The area in yellow here, all areas in yellow show the extents or boundaries of land commission awards as they overlap the alignment. And again, these are areas where we would have targeted mechanical testing. Our proposed number of trenches in these targeted areas is all listed in the left-hand table. So this is the section from Launiapoko to Avalua, just before Olowalu. DB stands for detention basin. SC is where we have stream crossings that might be culvert or abutments, and then filtration devices. So all of these areas that are shaded will be documented archaeologically, as well as the targeted subsurface survey via mechanical means. So that's the area from Launiapoko to Avalua. This is the area from where we left off at Avalua, going through the main area of Olowalu, or the Olowalu alluvial fan. Again, the areas in yellow are the limits of land commission awards that intersect the alignment or the proposed alignment. The other colored shaded areas are areas of deep excavation, and the areas that are shaded in blue that have an SIHP number attached to them, those are surface scatters that were identified in that area. This is that same Olowalu area where we did our analysis of historic aerial photographs. You can see here, there are these enclosures. We have another irregularly shaped enclosure here. So this is what we were looking for when we were doing that aerial analysis. All of these small little lines in here, this is a time, because it was so rocky, that in the early pre-World War era of the plantation operations at Olowalu, they did a lot of that sugar cultivation by hand. Those are small terraces that are associated with that manual sugar cultivation in fields that are like this. So we have this in Olowalu, we have it in Launiapoko, we also show it in Wahikuli. Oftentimes the planting would not remove any of the previous large structures that were there. They would just go inside of the structures and plant the sugar inside of the structures. So we have a concern about the potential for there to be intact deposits that may have been associated with those structures. So that is that HE-01. That is the one structure that in this analysis falls within the preferred alignment that we will also be testing. And then this is the route from Olowalu to Ukumehame. And then also on the left-hand side, where we have the helu numbers, you can see who that apana or that helu was awarded to for the next time that we are here for comment. This is the area through Ukumehame. You will, if you remember our earlier map, it showed the sea level exposure, the Slarexa going into Ukumehame and the alignment going over that. In this area here, that VP, that's a viaduct pier. So there's a viaduct option at this location. We are proposing 1 trench per pier. And then this is the viaduct option in its entirety. We did have a surface scatter here, so we'll use a combination of manual and mechanical at that location, and then a filtration basin at the end there where we have rock shelter type features. So discovery protocols and field safeguards. If during inventory survey, there is a finding of human remains, we immediately stop work within 10 feet. For construction, this was something that came up at MLIBC. For construction, that stop work or that pause work distance is 100 feet. Because we're in inventory survey, because we're in inventory survey, it is, we're gonna pause work, our inventory survey work within 10 feet. No screening, clearing, or further excavation. Secure and respectfully cover the discovery area and proceed only under SHPD directives. For culturally enriched layers, if we identify such layers in a mechanical trench, we would halt, and then our testing would escalate from there. The goal would be to finish the 5-meter trench mechanically and then remove the overburden to then get down to a more detailed, controlled excavation to identify both the limits of that deposit as well as to be able to characterize the deposit itself, getting charcoal for dates, pollen, phytolith for paleo-environmental information and things like that. Our bone screening safeguard is that all bone will be identified by an archaeologist or an osteologist as non-human before any collection or transport back to the lab, so that we are not mistakenly transporting Iwi kupuna back off-site and back to the lab. Our archaeologists were pretty good at large mammal, and we are very, very careful to have an osteologist come out to look where we have questions, or even if there's even a little bit of question of whether it's large mammal or human. So where we are, so the AISP and the AIS work needs to get underway. We're under a very tight time limit to be able to get to construction and be able to utilize the federal funding by the summer of 2028. Other things that we wanted to point out as a part of this process is that best management practices would be employed throughout construction. No night work during turtle nesting or seabird fledging season. No in-water work in the streams. And species-specific best management practice for nene, aio, and alai ke'o. Mahalo.
I'd like to open up public testimony. Jacob, do you have anybody online or in person?
Chair, I see no one online or in person wishing to testify.
Thank you. I'd like to close public testimony. Thank you so much, Tanya, for your presentation. Excellently done. As always, all for coming and presenting.
I think I can ask questions here, but no deliberation or decision making at this point.
Okay. Does any commissioners have any questions, clarifying questions that they would like to ask before we leave? Seeing none.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Geez, I thought I saw your hand go up on the side. And then I was like, wait.
Seeing none at this time,
Sorry,
we are.
color mic, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Just wanting to know if the presentation will be shared out. I know in the documents on the agenda, there's like the full one, but I don't feel bad. I feel like Commissioner Conley Kapoi could really. I hope we just get all the materials so that in the next meeting we can all be on the same page and all have the content and provide comment at that time.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Arakawa. Yes, it'll be provided.
Thank you.
Linked on the agenda. Yes, it'll be linked to the agenda. Thank you. Okay, mahalo. Yeah, that was going to be my next question. When would they be referred to?
Well, I suppose until your next available meeting. You can say August 6th. I think next available meeting may be good in case they run into forum issues, but yeah, I think next available meeting would be fine. And then you can let the applicant know that would be for August 6th.
Yes, 6. So for further
So if there's no objections, we'll defer it to August 6th. I think that's, or defer to your next available meeting.
Okay, so if there's no other discussion at this time, we'll defer this meeting to August 6th. Agenda item D to August 6th. My apologies. Oh my gosh. Mahalo. Sorry. We'll move this. We'll defer the agenda item D to August 6th meeting to have further comments and review for your organization. Mahalo. Thank you. And thank you for staying with us all day. Mahalo. Okay, let's agenda item E1. Director's report.
Check for public testimony. Oh, wait.
Proposal? Okay, so meeting done?
Yeah, he looks like.
Okay. Yep. So at this time, we have no quorum.
Automatic adjournment, I guess.
Okay. Mahalo, commissioners and our staff team for working with us today. The meeting is now adjourned. Aloha.